And you're recording.
Okay. Good morning, world. But hey, there was some kind of movie about that. What was that? Good morning.
Good morning, Vietnam.
Vietnam. So, I just want to welcome everybody to the Project X launch event. We have some crazy stuff for you for 2 whole days. I will be in front of you live. Yes. That's not a lot of fun for everybody. No, hopefully I will have enough entertainment to keep you occupied for 2 days. But I want to give you a little bit of a rundown of what we're doing, and then I'll kind of show you what's going on here a little bit too. Project X is Clay Revolution's new baby. When we had the loss of the big brand, which I won't say on camera, but when we had the loss of the big brand of silver, we decided that was the chance for us, the time, the opportunity to use all of our knowledge and come up with the new line of silver clay, the replacement. So instead of sticking with exactly how things were, we decided to evolve it a bit. So if you haven't had your hands on Project X yet, definitely try it. It's different. It has a long working time, super long working time. It's got a denser metal, so you'll find like the finishing is very different. The metal itself it's much denser, so it polishes easier. It actually comes out of the kiln sometimes even a little bit silvery. It will bend incredibly easy after firing. So there's just all kinds of things, and I'll get into that detail later. But this is what's going to happen on the event. 2 days. We are going to, I am going to be in what's called the classroom. I am going to be showing everyone here, and I have live students behind you in a second here. I'll turn it around. I'm going to be showing everyone how to make this awesome project, which I'll show you more details on in a second. So I'll teach that all day for 2 days in a row. So we'll make 2 of them. I'm going to do raffles all day long. We're going to join studios across the country. They're doing exactly the same thing. They're teaching this project to their students online and in person. And then in a whole side thing, if that wasn't like enough to keep you occupied, we have guest speakers for 2 whole days. So you'll notice on your WebEx that there's going to be 2 classroom types of things going on. The breakout room is called Alchemist Alcove. It happens every couple hours, and I'll give you a place to find that schedule and everything. And when it's live, you'll see it pop up on your screen. You just go over and watch that if you'd like to watch that. Okay. So I'll go into that detail in a second here. Everybody in the whole classroom is like super quiet right now. You don't have So class doesn't start till 10. You can just talk quietly because you are online. Okay. But you don't have to sit and listen to every single thing I say if you don't want to, everybody. Okay. So with that, let's get you a little bit of information about how this is all going to go down. And kind of what happened with Project X. So Cameron and I, Cameron is actually the first guest speaker. He's at 9:30 in the Alchemist Alcove. And he's going to talk about what we did, where we're going, big plans, all of those kinds of things. So he'll talk about Clay Revolution a bit. So Cameron and I spent the last year, if you wondered, why I wasn't teaching, that's why. I kept getting requests for custom classes and all that kind of stuff. And I'm like, I don't have anything scheduled right now. We have a big project. I couldn't say what. But we spent the last year developing Project X. It is a full line of silver clay. So I'll give you some information about that. But it's finally ready. We've got it out to a bunch of the distributors, not all of the distributors yet, but a bunch of them have some. And we have been manufacturing like mad. My whole team is here today. They have been working so hard making clay, you can't even imagine. I'm sure somewhere we've got pictures of, you know, the whole bonnets and the get-ups and the gloves and it's really kind of funny to see. We have red bonnets for the hair. So it's cute. But yes, it is like, it's super scientific and it's super, technical. If you're off the tiniest little bit with a formula, it dramatically changes the clay. So we tested and we tested and we tested more. And the people that lived with us through that process understand how crazy it was. We had clay coming out of our ears. And unfortunately, it was silver clay. So it was really expensive. But it was a lot of fun. And we learned a ton. Okay, so let's see. First, let's go through kind of the layout of how the event is going to happen. Okay. So you're watching me in the classroom. At 10 o'clock, I'm going to start teaching how to make this pendant. So Lucas, if you can come down onto the overhead camera down here. Can't see that one for some reason. Don't know why. But I'm seeing what everybody else is seeing. So something's going on. Will this one work? Was I on the screen before?
You were.
Okay. So it's just when you change the camera. Huh. Okay.
Just
Okay.
She's just fumbling.
See, our first technical problem.
It's gonna happen.
It's gonna happen. And somebody already spilled stuff all over their workstation.
No.
No, is it just, oh, it's just,
I always use paper towels.
oh, I got
And there's none on the work table.
it.
Didn't spill a damn thing, Carrie.
The infamous Michael Marks is sitting here. I thought for sure he spilled something.
Hey, it's gonna be a first. I didn't know if you knew that.
There's cups in there too.
Yeah.
You want to just come up to the other camera? And we'll go back and try it again in a minute. You guys can think through the problem. Okay. Tell me when I'm back up.
Just so you know, the signal was freezing a lot when you initially were on.
Really?
Yeah.
The image
We
kept
need to
locking up.
stop.
Oh,
And it was also a little bit blurry, so you might need to back the camera up because the autofocus couldn't quite figure out where you were.
didn't have been
Thank
that.
you. I thought that was.
Oh, here it is.
Very.
There we go.
Hey, we can see your hands.
That one.
Now you can tell. So there's the
Okay.
project we're gonna.
Okay, do we have this one?
That's good. We got that one.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, so this is the project that we're gonna make. It's gonna take a little bit less than a day to make. So, if you follow along at home, you could probably keep up with it. We won't be doing Q&A types of things, so I'm not doing it exactly for an online type of tutorial, but it's not terribly difficult. It's extremely dimensional, which is what I really love about this piece. So the trying to get a good angle here for you. I don't like. Can you give me this camera? Thank you.
There's a picture. There I was, there I not.
Yeah, that's internet.
Darn, it didn't make.
That's this internet.
So I'm not. Next time. Yeah.
Yeah. Look at somebody else's and make sure it's just this computer, not everybody's. Okay? Okay. So, there we go. So this is the actual pendant, okay? We've got 3 links that we're gonna make. They're textured snake rolls, okay? Not incredibly difficult, but we're gonna show you how to do that. Then connect them together. And then we've got two smaller types of snake rolls on this. Let me come up here again. There we go. Right in here is a snake roll that you hang these bottom chains from. And up here at the top, I've done another snake roll for the bail that you hang the necklace chain from. Okay. You could make any type of bail that you would like for this, so I'll talk about that a little bit when we do. But that's the basic project. You're going to need two 15-gram packs of clay for this. Okay. You'll have a little bit left, but not a lot. Okay. Okay. So that's what we're making for 2 days in a row. So I'm going to make two of them. It'll take you about a day to get through the project. Okay. Okay. Come on back up and let me talk to the camera again. Got it. Okie doke. So the next thing that we're going to do is at specific times, and I'll give you some of those now, I'm going to go out and talk to the students in the studios across the country that are doing exactly the same thing. So our studios, I think I have this in order. Let's see. Yes, today. Okay. So today I'll be at Melissa K. Steve's studio, Stephanie Chavez's studio, and Lana Stamper's studio. Tomorrow we'll be joining, oh, where's my list? I'm trying to read it. There we go. Julie Sanford, Gwen Youngblood, Cathy Flesher, and Francesca Watson. So that's how this will work. Throughout the day, I will pop in and out of those studios to talk to them, say hi to their students, do some more raffles, see how their projects are going, see what kind of questions they have about the clay, all that good stuff. So very quickly, I will hit the times of that for you. These are Eastern Standard Times. 10:45, Melissa K. Steves at Charmtree Jewelry Studio. 12:15, Stephanie Chavez, and 3:15, Lana Stamper. So that's today's schedule for the instructor spotlights. Okay. On top of all of that, I told you we had guest speakers too. So our guest speakers are going to have a host of different topics. And oh, this is how you find more details, schedule, information like that. If you go to our website on the homepage, the very top banner, just click that. It's going to take you to a page that has all of the detail on it. It's got the schedule for the guest speakers. It's got the schedule for the studio spotlight, instructor spotlight things. It's got the links for today and tomorrow. So if you forget your link, you can't find it somewhere, it's there. While I'm thinking about those links, if you're on Facebook, if you can, get onto the WebEx instead of Facebook. On Facebook, we won't be interacting at all with you. You won't be eligible for the raffles, any of those things. On WebEx, you'll be eligible to be included in the raffles. You'll put things into your chat. Okay, so find your chat while you got a minute.
On the right-hand side.
Lower right-hand side, okay? So you're gonna go there, you're gonna enter whatever question I ask you, you'll enter, and then we'll look through those to pick the raffle winners, okay? So again, Facebook is great for watching, but we won't be interacting with Facebook. So if you go to the WebEx, we'll be able to interact with you there, okay? Okay, so you'll find those links again. There's a different link for today and tomorrow, so that we have two different webinars set up basically, okay? Okay, guest speakers. And what I don't have is my guest speaker topics, but I kind of got them a little bit in my head, so I'm going to wing that a little bit. So forgive me. Okay, today's guest speakers. We have Cameron Lloyd. He is, if you didn't know this, Cameron is the vice president of Clay Revolution. So he's actually, while I'm doing all the teaching, he's actually going to talk about what Clay Revolution's doing, some of the bigger projects we have going on, where we're going, where we came from, where we're going. Okay. Paula McDowell. Paula is the president of AMCAW, if you didn't know that. Incredible artist, and she loves sterling clays. There are not many people out there in love with sterling clays, as we all know. Sterling clay requires carbon to fire it in. So a lot of people kind of, they're like, yeah, I don't love using that. Paula loves sterling clays. So Paula is going to talk about sterling clays. Okay. Then we've got Tonya Davidson Jewelry. She is an all-around, did clay for a long time, does traditional metal smithing. She's going to talk about incorporating metal clay into your traditional metal smithing techniques. Okay. We have Ani Jolie. Ani from Jewelry, Jewel. You can see I need one more cough. Just one more. And then I'll be over the top, of course. So we've got Ani from Jewel Tool coming. Ani, you guys all know Ani. I mean, I don't have to introduce Ani. Ani is going to polish some of the pieces and show you what I was trying to talk about, this finer finish that Project X has on the metal. Okay. And then the last one today is Robert Lopez. If you haven't seen Robert's work, Robert is just this crazy artist. He loves fragments. So he takes little pieces and puts them together. Robert is playing with metal clay within his work. So he takes pieces of metal clay, incorporates them into his work. That's what he's going to talk about. Okay. Who else do I have on here? I'll go into tomorrow in a second, and the host. So your host for today is Nikki Thornburg. If you guys don't know Nikki, now we're in the metal clay world, so not everybody in the metal clay world knows Nikki Thornburg. Nikki Thornburg is just this amazing glass artist. You can't believe this. She does lamp work glass. If she walks around in here today, we'll get her on this camera too. But if not, don't miss her at some time today in one of the breakout rooms. You got to see this necklace she has on. I about died when she walked in. She made this, like, I just made it last week so I could wear it to the event. Ridiculous. Okay. Thornburg Bead Studios. Okay. Oh, there she is. Get over here. Get you on camera. Look at that bad boy. Thank you, Nikki. Okay, so that's today's lineup for guest speakers. Tomorrow's lineup for guest speakers: Sharon Landon. You gotta see Sharon Landon. So she is this instructor extraordinaire. She organizes. That's the thing that just blows my mind away. Okay, Sharon is going to talk about organizing your metal clay. And she also, if I remember right, tell me if I'm right, she's going to touch on focusing on metal clay, right? Yes. Yeah. Because we do, you guys all know this. As metal clay artists, you either started as a metal smith and brought in metal clay, or you started as a metal clay and you don't know anything about doing the metal smith. You're trying to figure out all of those details, right? So you either focus on this or you focus on this with like the little side thing. That's what Sharon's going to talk about, okay? Because Sharon does metal clay work. So she's going to talk about focusing on metal clay, okay? Then we've got Brandy Boyd. Is Brandy Boyd in this room yet? She is. Brandy Boyd is going to talk about enameling on Project X. Brandy, we sent her some extra early. Oh, you can get over here and say hi. Come on around here too. Look at the colors. It's mermaidy today. Hi. Brandy's going to be interviewed this afternoon, I think.
No, tomorrow.
Tomorrow morning. Sorry, I'm already. She's going to talk about enameling on Project X. So she's got all kinds of fun samples and stuff for you to look at. Holly Gage is a recorded interview, and Holly is going to talk about, what's Holly going to talk about?
What she discovered working with Project X,
That's
her
right.
stuff, as well as ergonomics.
Exactly. That's right. Yes. Kind of some of the characteristics of Project X, the differences with some of the clays, things like that. And then, yeah, now I remember. Took me a minute. She's going to talk about her experiences as she tested it out. Okay. A little bit about ergonomics. Michael Galvin, crazy Michael Galvin. I think this might be Michael Galvin's first interview ever. Okay, so everybody be nice to him. We're gonna give him hell. Michael Galvin's gonna talk about construction with Sterling. He's working on a crazy project, which I'm not sure he's shared the name publicly yet, what it is, but he's gonna show us that and kind of where he's been going with it, stuff like that.
If it's the Pez dispenser,
Construction.
he
Did. He said the Pez dispenser. Okay.
He's keeping the head a secret.
Gotcha. Okay. He's working on construction, basically. And then Joanna Phillips. That's another person that not everybody knew was out there. Yep, she is out there and she's going crazy right now. Joanna Phillips just started Metal Clay World. Okay, if you haven't been to Metal Clay World yet, check that out. She was a distributor for another place. Okay, so she's been around, just a little more quiet. But she is expanding her company. She picked up Project X and I think Goldie Clay, something like that. And has been really expanding, offering a lot of new products and things like that. And Joanne is going to talk about the different characteristics of the different clay. Okay. And the host for all those people tomorrow is the Michael Marks. And I'm pointing because he's like sitting right there. And he's going to go around.
You're really behind on camera. There's a lot of laughter from this table right here.
Exactly. Yes, the loud table is behind us. So Michael is going to be interviewing all those wonderful guests tomorrow. Okay. And again, you can find those schedules on the website. Go to clayrevolution.com, click the top banner, and it will take you to the page with all of the details you need about the event. Okay. Okay. So,
Very, just so you know.
yes,
Don't worry. I don't know if you need to back the
It's-
camera up.
it's the internet.
Okay.
And I have no way to check that further. Yeah. We have no way to boost it. It's this.
Got it.
So, okay, more technical. We're gonna have bugs this morning. So let's see, what is next on my list to tell you? Raffles. We have unbelievable raffles. So I'm raffling things in the classrooms. I'm raffling things with the instructors. I am raffling things with you guys online. Okay, so throughout the day, if you're watching and I say, okay, it's time to do a raffle, like Bonnie was saying before, go to I'm going to ask you a question, and you go to the chat and you enter your thing, and that'll be for the online students. Okay. And it'll technically be happening for my classroom students as well today. So it'll be on camera, but that will be the classroom raffles. Okay. I need to thank all of our sponsors, our distributors, our instructors, our speakers. I need to thank everybody. So here goes the list. Are you ready? I got to put my glasses on. Okay. Instructors. And it's, some of these overlap. Okay. Instructors, Melissa K. Steves, owner, instructor, Charmtree Jewelry Studio in Stevensville, Maryland. Okay. Stephanie Chavez, owner, instructor, Stephanie Chavez Designs in Utah. Lana Stamper, owner, instructor, Jewelry by Lana Marie in Mississippi. Julie Sanford, owner, instructor, Studio JSD in Michigan. Gwen Youngblood, owner, instructor, Rolling Mill Resources, Texas. Cathy Flesher, owner, instructor, Infinite Designs in Arizona. Francesca Watson, owner, instructor, the Makery in Texas. Okay, those are our instructors and me. I'm not as special as them. Okay, then speakers. Paula McDowell, president, AMCAW, artist, instructor. Tonya Davidson Jewelry, owner and instructor. Ani Jolie, inventor, owner, Jewel Tool. Robert Lopez, artist, instructor, Robert Lopez Designs. Sharon Landon, owner, instructor, Landon Creative. Brandy Boyd, publishing editor, Metal Clay Today, artist, instructor. Holly Gage, artist, instructor, mentor, Holly Gage Designs. Michael Galvin, you're going to like this one. Jester of Havoc, master of mischief. Joanna Phillips, owner, instructor, Metal Clay World. Okay. To our distributors, this is our distributor list as of this moment. Our distributor list is changing every single day. Okay. I just can't list the other ones that are really technically on this list right now. Okay. So there's more, but I can't say them. Cool Tools, Delphi Glass, Metal Clay World, PMC Australasia, Thing Creations, Beat FX, and Metal Clay Alchemist. Thank you very much. Okay, then we've got, besides all those, we have 2 more sponsors that are sponsors that don't fit into those other categories. Okay, Eurotool, thank you so much. We got all those little tiny wubbers. Did you guys get those? Aren't they great? Eurotool, thank you. And Lincor Designs, where is she? Everybody thank Lincor Designs right there. Kim Wilson. She gave us all these fantastic little sample textures. Those little orange ones, because those are from Kim. Okay, so big thank you to everybody that made this happen. I cannot thank you guys enough. I really can't. We needed a lot of support through all this, and there are more people that I would love to mention, because it took Cameron and I a long time to get here. We needed a lot of support from this community. I really want to thank every one of you. Okay. Okay. It's got to be getting close to that time, right? What time is it? 9:35. I got to talk for 25 more minutes.
You could take a break. Put up a slideshow.
No, you know I can talk. At least this morning. I can talk this morning, but this afternoon I'll be like, okay, I'm done.
The continuity camera is.
Yeah, you know what? Let's show a little bit about what's going on in the classroom and the shop a little bit. I think we could use this one. We don't have the other one up, right? The moving one. Not the moving one, but this one. Oh, you have this one up. Okay. And I can turn it just a little bit. So I'll turn it for a minute here. We've got several students hanging out at our student tables here. Okay. And you get a little sense of our classroom. Yay! Okie dokie. And then out there, all that far away, everybody is shopping out in that retail area out there. So we have got 20 students today. I hope that I keep all of you entertained. I am sure that all of you are going to do a fantastic job. It's going to be a lot of fun. And I have a different 20 students tomorrow. So it's going to be a crazy one for sure. But I know you guys are going to have a great time. Okay, I'm going to talk a little bit about the clay. You know what? I need some bags of clay. I have like little sample things, but I don't have the actual bags to like show you product. Okay, so I'm going to show you a few things about the clay before we start going. Oh, I got one. No, just pulling me some clay real quick. I think. We'll see. Here she comes. Here she comes. Okay.
I'll grab that in a minute.
Okay. So we've got all of the different kinds here. Flexes. We need flexes too. Okay. So we decided one of the important things to us was not to make a clay. We needed to make a full line of clays that address the different types of usage everybody wants, okay? Each clay has its own characteristics, right? And I'm still very much a believer in you use a clay that fits your project, okay? So different clays act different ways. Sometimes you want the, original, remember PMC original? Sometimes we wanted that crazy shrink on that thing, you know? Other times it's the heavier, grittier kind of thing that you want. Other times you want that super easy like, let's say you're teaching a beginner's clay class. You want a really long working time kind of clay, torch fireable clay, right? Something like that. So there are uses for lots of different models, we'll call them. And so what we decided to do, we thought it was really, really important to wait, not release this thing when we just had a silver clay. We went through a lot of work in order to make a full line with different characteristics between them, okay? So first in the line, this is Project X 999. This is the standard, okay? This is torch fireable, kiln fireable, super fine, really long working time, very high finish, and crazy bendability, like crazy bendability. If you go on our YouTube channel, and maybe we'll get really techie savvy by tomorrow when I talk about this, but if you go on our YouTube channel, there is a video on me bending a little strip that I torch fired for 2 minutes. It bent all the way around that mandrel, a little 3mm mandrel, okay? Just like butter, bent all the way around the thing
That one's also
on a
on the
2-minute torch fire.
Does it stay bent or does it?
Yes.
Spring back?
No, this is fired,
Okay,
totally stays bent.
okay.
Yeah, so I would, my opinion, because I'm not always right about everything, but my opinion, this is an incredibly versatile, bendable, easy to fire clay, okay? There are several videos out there on that. Trying to think anything specific. Torch fire 2 minutes at a high temp, okay? If you do a low temp on a torch fire, go to 3 to 4, push it out a little longer if you're doing a lower temp on a torch fire. Kiln fire anywhere from 1100 for 30 minutes, I think is the minimum at 1100. I don't remember it off the top of my head. But low fire, you're gonna want to add time, okay? High fire, 1650, 30 minutes, you have a full center, high center at 30 minutes, okay? And you'll see that difference. You'll see it. It's the density of the powders that we're using, okay? That is what is achieving that. And you guys you'll feel it. You'll feel it in the clay. It's different. Okay. Then we have 999 Flex, okay? Same kind of thing that you've heard about the Flex clays before. Longer working time, bendability when dry, okay? Couple things about those as I thought about this one. We vacuum seal our clay. I don't have one open, so I won't do that right now. I'll do this when we get the project out. We vacuum seal our clay. It makes it feel stiffer in the packaging, okay? I tell everybody this because it's funny, because I get, as people are buying it now and starting to get used to it, right? They open it up and they're like, oh, it's dry in the package. I'm like, no, open it. Open it up. When you feel it, you'll feel it moves. Roll it. When you roll it, it does like a kneading action to it, and it just, you can immediately feel all of the binder molecules basically activate. Becomes beautiful. So it's a very interesting thing. Okay, so Flex, long working time, flexible when dry, heat it, high temp, like 300 degrees before you fire it. Okay, that gets those binders really dry. If you don't heat a Flex clay before you fire it, sometimes you can get bubbles in a Flex clay. Okay. Then we've got 960. Okay, so 960 standard. Oh, I picked up the wrong one. Oh no, I got 2 Flexes. That's okay. 960 standard. Okay, it is 0.4 copper. Rest of it's silver, right? Acts like the other 960s, 950s out there on the market. Open air, shelf fire, okay? very simple. It's 1600 degrees for an hour. There's full center on it. Makes it very, very, very strong. I will say something on camera, but this is not in print. Okay. I've torch fired it. It's doable. Okay. So if you're really desperate and you have to do that for some weird project, some weird reason, you can. Okay. Okay. But again, not in print. It's not recommended, but it's doable. Okay. This one we made because it didn't exist, and I thought, why doesn't this exist? 960 flex, okay? If you know me, you know I am not a big proponent of metal clay rings, right? I'm like, they're not super strong as compared to a traditional ring. So it's not that it won't work. It's not that you can't have one that lasts a really long time, because of course you can. Some people will have worn a metal clay ring for years and years and years and it's been fine. But you get the customer that buys one and it breaks, now you got the issue, right? So I'm just not a huge proponent of metal clay rings. You got shrinkage problems, you got strength issues to deal with, right? So I kind of go the traditional fabrication way on rings. However, I like the open band concept, 960s. It makes them kind of strong. It's kind of cool. It's, of all the clays, it's the right clay to use for making a ring. If we're wrapping rings all the time and cuffs and all that stuff with 960, why don't we have flex? Was the question, right? So we have 960 flex. Longer working time, easier to wrap around things, right? Less issues, less drying out. Okay. And then you can kind of move it afterwards, right? When it's dry-ish, you move it and adjust it as it's shrunk and distorted itself. Okay. Okay. 925, because again, we need a 925 on the market. Now we didn't make a flex version of 925 because I didn't think there were that many people that really wanted that. Okay. But this is traditional 925. It's going to fire in carbon in a container, 1500 degrees for an hour. Okay. Or no, I'm sorry. 1500 degrees for 30 minutes. Okay. I do the burn off. So our instructions say burn off first on a shelf, then put it in the carbon. If you want to do a single phase, you can absolutely do a single phase. Okay. Start with, when you're testing these, you always want to test these, right? So when you do that, start with maybe the PMC Sterling recommendations for firing, because it's incredibly similar in its firing to PMC. Okay. Super hard, incredible durability. It's not going to dent, bottom of the ring isn't going to dent on you. Incredible. Okay. We've got 999 syringe. You can use the 999 syringe on either of the 960s or the 925s. That's why we didn't make all the other ones. Because if you're like me, I open a syringe, I use this much, and then it sits there for 6 months and gets hard. So we did a couple things to deal with that. Number one, there are 2 smaller syringes in here instead of 1 big syringe. Okay. So it's 10 grams of, I'm holding it upside down. So it's 10 grams of silver. Okay. There are 2 5 grams of silver syringes in here, because then you won't waste so much syringe. Okay. So that's what's in here. I said there were 2 reasons that I did that. I can't remember what the other one was. Lost my train of thought. But we've got 999. So because I dry syringe up all the time, I was like, I'm not going to make a 960 and a 925 syringe when you can use 999 on it for decor, because it's just going to get dried up and be another thing sitting on my bench. So 999 syringe. Okay. We've got paste. So they come in different color bags, but I'm going to show you what the jars actually look like, because I have those out. Okay. Water paste, oil paste. Okay. Water paste. Everybody knows what water paste is. If you've ever done metal clay, you know what water paste is. It's water in clay. You do not have to buy this. Some people who really use a ton of paste, those are the people that buy this. I do have like the ceramic artists that put metal clay on their things, and like Nikki in there puts metal clay into her glasswork. Puts it on stringers and stuff. It's crazy, amazing stuff. So those are generally the artists that will buy the paste jars, okay? But oil paste, on the other hand, is a different animal altogether, okay? Oil paste is not stronger, so I'm going to give you my little paste lecture. Oil paste is not stronger than water paste. It's the same metal. So the end result is the same. The difference is oil paste is stickier. So it will stick to things better. It doesn't dry like the water paste does and flake off, right? It's gooey. So it's not if you have a ton of it on a piece, it's not a bad idea to heat this before you fire it. Again, kind of like a flex, right? Heat that, burn some of that, or dry some of that oil out of it before you fire it. But oil paste is used for connecting metal to clay, for repairing fired metal, right? So if you get a crack in a piece after you fire it, fill that with oil paste, fire it again, okay? Okay, okay. And the last thing was X2O, but I don't have that.
Yeah.
We'll get some. X2O is the rehydration fluid, okay? That is, it's a little white jar. Where? Oh. It was like right there. It was right behind the other little bags. Okay, X2O. X2O is a rehydration fluid. So what this does is, as the binders dry, they harden, okay? And imagine them being like little rocks. The problem is water tends to shed off that. That's what makes it hard to rehydrate completely dry clay, right? You've all had the rock of metal clay sitting there that you're like crushing it up and trying to get the water in. It's because the water sheds off the binder, okay? This is a formula that basically breaks open the wall of that binder and allows the water to penetrate. It'll take the water molecule and stick it to the side of that binder, and that lets it start soaking in there and breaks it up faster, okay? So that's what this is. You don't need a lot of this in your clay, okay? If any of you used PMC Aqua before it was gone, you really want a couple drops of that and then water, right? That's how you use this, okay? So a couple drops of this, and then if it still needs more liquid, then add water to it and then take it.
You
Okay?
did so good. I hope I didn't like
That's the
ever
line
try
of Project X.
No, it was good. Because I was
We are
starting
going
to
to
about
update our base
jewelry was
notes.
good.
I
It
will
kept me
just say
going.
that on camera right
Thank
now.
Yes.
Okay, so I just double checked.
We're gonna do that based on a lot of the things that we learned when we did this. We're gonna eventually update those base metals as
So you
well,
have Paula
because
McDowell.
I think we can get some long working time
Oh,
in there
15, you
and some of these
Good.
friendlier characteristics to it. So that's the cone. Maybe Cameron will
So
talk
funny.
about
I'll
that.
have pictures
Let's
of
see.
memories that I'm like, I forgot.
What else? What else do we have? What time is it?
9:52.
Perfect, 9:52. Okay, so it's about time for me to start teaching. So I'm gonna get my kit out and stuff. Put all of this over to the side. In the front pocket of your goodie bag is your clay. That's the only thing you need out of that goodie bag. Okay, the rest of it you can leave in there. All the tools on top of the table, those are for you guys to use. Okay, if you want to use your own tools, you're welcome to do that as well. Okay. Okay. So I need. Alright, so got that. Is it time for me to do anything yet? Oh, it's 9:30. I'm supposed to do an online raffle. I'm supposed to do an online raffle. I'm saying that loud. Online raffle. Are you paying attention? Okay, everybody online? You paying attention? Are you ready? Okay. I'm going to raffle off a sanding kit. Whoop. Thank you. Sanding kit, okay?
Right.
It has, Scott sanding sponges, the sanding sticks, the little sanding pick things that everybody loves, that everybody goes through like water. And just for the fun of it, a bunch of stickers and a pin too, okay? So, first raffle of the day online. Are you ready? You are going to, how many people do we have online? 71. Holy moly. Thinking you were gonna say 5.
And there were a bunch of people watching on Instagram Live too.
Wow. Okay. Remember to tell them, everybody watching on Instagram Live too.
Mhm.
Remember, if you're watching on Instagram or Facebook, you're not eligible for the raffles. So I'm giving you like a heartbeat of a second here to get over onto the WebEx. Okay. PlayRevolution.com, top banner, click it, take you to a page that's got the link for the WebEx on there. Okay. Okay. So, online raffle sanding kit. Are you ready? I'm going to have you pick a number between 1 and 200. We'll keep it kind of simple, right? And the number closest without going over. And so the number 200, if you pick 200 and I pick 200, you would be the winner. Okay. The number closest without going over wins the sanding kit. Put it in the chat. Your chat should be at bottom right corner. Okay. Put it in that chat. And we're going to give you about 5 minutes to do that. And then you will see, we'll pick the number. I'll announce it, right? And then Bonnie will connect back with you because we got to get your name, your address, your email so that I can send this thing to you. Okay. Okay. So I'm going to give them 5 minutes to answer that thing while I do. Are you ready?
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm doing a classroom raffle now. Let's go with our, do the alcohol tonight. How's that sound? Okay. So the first classroom raffle, this company, Gildan, fantastic company. If you haven't seen them, they make the shirts and everything, right? That you can get printed, right? They are local. They're right here in Madison. Yeah. And so they gave us a bag for each day. There is so much stuff in here. We've got bottles. We've got shirts, of course. We've got hats. There's a lot of candy. Which I might hit up in a minute. There's a toothbrush. There's all kinds of stuff in here. Yes. So, yeah, see, that's really cool. So, super nice. Okay.
Carrie,
Yes.
write down the number that you're thinking.
For the other one, for the online? Absolutely. Is this your only copy of this page?
No.
Okay.
No.
It's
written on.
Okay. And I am gonna do this one, okay, because I can keep track of this. Okay. Pick a number between 1 and 50, closest without going over. Ready?
48. 47. That was mine. 23.
26.
33.
13. 14.
22.
21.
42.
Me?
Me?
Not a number.
25.
19.
You're in this class. 33?
Oh, that was 7.
That's it.
mine.
That's it. Oh,
16.
okay. 26?
The newbie of the class.
Okay. We're gonna give them 1 more minute online to,
I told them last call for entry.
okay, last call. And remember, number between 1 and 200, okay, without going over. Okay. Are we ready to talk about this a little bit? Let's see. Oh, and Bonnie, when I write those numbers down, I'm gonna hand you this so that you can put the name, the winner name on it. Okay? Okay. Okay, I think Bonnie is about ready. The suspense is killing.
All right.
Okay, she's working on that. So, we are getting ready to dive into this project. So I'm gonna talk for a second here while she's working on that answer, and then I'll come back out. Everybody in my classroom's got their clay out, right? Yep. Okay. Supposed to be. Yes. She's taking photos.
Oh, yeah.
What?
Give me one.
Oh, I gotcha. So we seem to be missing 4, 5. Yeah, you go through the names, okay? Oh, ho, ho. Wait till you hear this name. I know she's gonna like jump out of her seat because I know she's paying attention to what's going on. Kim Rumberger. Congratulations. Yay, Kim! Oh, thank you. Okay. Got it. Okay. Okay, so we are gonna dive into this project. The first thing I'm gonna talk about is our tools, get stuff out a little bit here. So go ahead and stay up on my face for a little bit, Lucas, while I do this, and then we'll come down kind of for a while, okay? So you need a work surface, okay? I use a little cup like this to put my clay under while I'm working. So what I do is you've got 2 bottles in front of you, classroom. One is release agent, the other is water, okay? Put a little mist of water in there, put that upside down on your work surface, okay?
I think we're sure.
Yes, yes. You're going to, you might want to have your roller out. You probably won't use it much. We might just roll our clay to kind of get it working a little bit. If you like using snake rollers versus your hand, you're gonna use this clear snake roller, okay? You're going to want the clay scraper to cut the ends of the snake off, right? The other thing that I really like to use for this is the rubber tip sculptor tools. Okay, something like that. That's how I join my ends together.
You don't have any?
Yes, you do. Black handles.
Nope,
No,
nope, not these kids.
Everybody has rubber tip.
I got it. No. I see, I didn't have it either.
These are right.
No, you don't have one. Oh, that.
2 sets. Grab 2 sets of the rubber tip sculptor tools. You don't have one? Okay.
Have one.
I 2 probably because these students don't have them.
I don't.
Okay, so just pull some out. Yep.
Here, I can pass some around.
Okay. Rubber tip sculptor tools. You're going to want paintbrush for connecting the wet parts. I like this angled one. It's a little stiffer. It helps you move more clay. Okay, so you've got 2 in your kits. One's a little tiny liner. The other's an angle. I kind of like the angle for doing this work. Okay. Let's see. You might need your needle tool, but probably not. Oh, you do want the metal brush, the metal handle brush. That's to apply release agent to your texture. Okay. And that's probably it. That's probably it. Okay. Okay, just gathering my thoughts here real quick. I remember right, I used the blue. Yes. I need, oh, there they are. Put one of these on each table, take them out of inventory. Okay, water. Okay. Okay. One on each. Yep. And your depth gauges, okay? We'll use the depth gauges for judging our thickness of our piece. I'll show you a couple tricks to do that. But get the red ones and the pink ones out, okay? That's gonna be kind of the minimum depth, and I'll show you some tricks to, if you like the chunkier piece versus the thinner pieces, okay? Okay, Bonnie, we did that, so we're good to go on that. And I need to get teaching. Yes.
Oh, yeah, please. No, please.
Okay, everybody ready? So, oh, look at that, we can see everything. Okay, so the first thing that you're gonna do is actually combine your clay, okay? So if you open up your clay, you'll find the little vacuum things inside and see, if you touch it, you'll see what I mean. They're firm. They're very firm, okay? So open both of those up. We're gonna combine them because we're gonna need to cut that into thirds, okay? So we're gonna actually roll those together. You've got a scalpel in your kit to cut the bags open if you want, but there's also a little tear notch on them.
They're all rigid.
Thank you.
Just looking for my scissors.
Here's your two.
Okay. So I'm gonna take all the clay out of there and I'm gonna combine these. This is the part that I told you you might use your roller for. Okay. When I combine the clays, I kind of take the ends and roll them into the middle. That gets everything even and hydrated nicely. Okay. There we go. Okay, so once I have my clay combined, I'm gonna cut it into thirds. Okay, that's gonna ensure I have similar size pieces. That's the goal. Doesn't have to be exact. You just don't want to use too much clay making one and not have enough to make the others, right? Okay. That one looks a little short. Yeah, I had a little bit more to that one. Okay. You combined it all, right? And then kind of ball it up and you're gonna cut it into thirds. Yeah, just roughly, just roughly. You want to make sure that you have enough to make even lengths as your goal, okay? Okay, and the next thing that we're going to do is find a deep texture. So I think I'm gonna do something different on this one. I'm gonna use this. Now, I'm suggesting a deep texture for a reason. We are going to roll our snake rolls and then we're going to hand roll them on this texture to put texture onto the snake roll. But then we got to link them together. And when we do that, our fat little fingers are gonna push down all that texture. You're gonna have a tendency to be mushing it, right? So start with a deep texture so that you have something left by the time you stop handling it, right? And you're not gonna worry about a pattern so much because as you put this thing together, you'll lose that pattern. You won't really, like, don't try to do something perfectly symmetrical because that's never gonna come out that way, okay? Okay. So just, I tend to go with kind of an organic thing, even if you just did dots or lines, wavy things, anything like that works great. If you look, let's see if I can get a close up here. Actually, you know what? Can you do this camera so I can get a close up? Okay, let's see if I can get some. There we go. Yeah, see, you can see down on that bottom part right here. That gives you a good idea of the kind of texture you'll see. It's not going to be super defined. It's just going to have texture on it. Okay? Okay, so you don't need to worry too much about patterns or any of that. Just kind of grab a thing and that's what we're going to use. Okay? So you can go ahead and put some release agent on your texture so that that's ready. The classroom is chaos right now. Okay. And don't worry, by the time you get there, you'll have your textures. This first part takes a few minutes. Okay. Okay. I'm going to take my depth gauges. I've got a 2 millimeter and a 1.5. So I'm up to 3.5. That's going to be a pretty thin roll. If you look at that, that's about that size. Okay. I'm going to show you 2 ways to do this. So you can decide whichever you'd like. This will be the thinner way, and then I'll show you the thicker way. Okay. I'm going to take my clay, make sure it's in great condition. Start it as a bit of a snake roll, right? So it kind of gets going on its own. I like to do this at an angle. Take my snake roller, go across the gauges. Sorry, okay. And I used that whole, that 1/3 chunk of that clay to do that because I want plenty of space and length and thickness. Okay. So now I've got the snake roll. It's roughly that depth. This is not precise. It doesn't need to be. Okay. Because you're going to put it over here and you're going to mess with it with your fingers. So it does not need to be perfect. It just needs to be a nice conditioned snake roll. Okay. Then you're going to put it on your texture. Taking my right, yeah. Take your fingers and you go back and forth like that with your snake roll. Is it clear enough for everybody to see that texture happening?
Well, your camera's blurry right now, so maybe give it a sec to recover.
Okay. Back and forth and move each time. Okay. Anywhere it doesn't look right, just go back, push down again. Again, this is the reason that does not need to be perfect and precise. I need something, Lindsay. Circle templates. Everybody needs a circle template.
Where do we go?
She's getting it for you. Okay. So I'll come up a little bit so you can see that texture. No, my that one's glitching, so let's go over here. There you go. Okay. Yeah, I think we just can't see it up there. 'Cause the internet's, yeah, our signal's not coming in as well. Okay. Lindsay? Okay, so the next thing we're gonna do is cut our first circle. Okay. I used the 1 inch right there. Okay. You're gonna see you have a lot of clay left. That's okay. So the way that I did this, I cut the end off just to kind of get a better edge for myself. I laid it inside that template. Everybody see that? I laid that inside the template. There we go. Okay, I laid it inside the template like that so that I get the 1 inch circle. Okay. And then I'm gonna cut, I'm overlapping right here.
Very
So-
sorry.
Yeah, it's,
Okay.
yeah. I'm overlapping the roll right here, and I'm gonna cut it in an angle on top of the overlap so that both pieces now will line up. Yeah, it's the internet. We can't fix it. What's happening is we're broadcasting, and so the receiving that's coming in is not
So when
good.
you say cut at an angle, like 45?
Yes, cut the both ends of the clay where they overlap at a 45, and then they'll match. Does that make sense? You want me to show you that like up on big cans? Okay, so when you bring that around, lay the two ends on top of each other. Okay? So that they overlap. And then you cut right through that to take off the excess clay, and those two ends will meet then. Okay? Okay. Go for it.
Okay, so once we've got those cut,
There. You're gonna join, Michael.
okay,
Okay.
and that's step 1 feet.
Yes.
What diameter are we going for here?
That was oh, I didn't show you the second way to do it. You guys all jumped in, but that's okay. Just keep going. That was a 2 mm and a 1.5, which is a 3.5 total.
No, I meant the diameter of the snake.
Oh, the 1 inch. The 1 inch circle, you're gonna wrap the inside.
Inside the one.
How big is the snake?
The thickness.
The thickness is 3.5.
Never mind.
I got two different people asking me two different questions.
She's interpreting for me.
Okay.
How big around do you want the snake? to be?
1 inch.
Okay.
Thickness,
Yes.
3.5. Yes, that's a lot better. Gotcha, okay. There we go. Now you guys can see this one a little bit better. We're casting it from a different TV.
Okay.
Okay, so you need to join these two pieces. Everybody good? I'm going a little fast, I know. Okay, I need everybody to listen though. I need everybody to listen.
Okay, we're listening.
I need everybody to pay attention for a second. Everybody listen? Okay, so to join the pieces, you're just gonna use water on this. Okay, and then we're going to use the rubber tip sculptor to blend the two pieces together. So you've got little glass dishes on your tables. You can share that. It's just kind of like a little paste maker area, you know, it's like a little water dish, right? So put a little water in there, use your paintbrush, add water to the end of that piece. So it gets nice and soft, okay? Then use the rubber tip sculptor And if you want to watch this, watch it on the screen. This is an important part, important step. Use the rubber tip sculptor to pull clay from one end to the next. And I let mine dry a little too much. So now I've got to get it moving, you know? Need to loosen it back up, right? So the key is you really need to connect them and make them one piece, not two pieces stuck together. You want one piece of clay. Okay? So get this thing nice and gooey so that you can move clay from one side to the other side. This is called cross hatching. Okay? And what you're really doing is, instead of it just being two pieces that are kind of glued together on the end, you make it one piece of clay by bringing the clay from one to the other. Cross hatch. Okay, once you've got that top side done, you flip it over, do the bottom side. Don't worry about keeping your circle too circle shaped until you're done with this part, okay? Because this is the important part. If this isn't connected well, it can come apart during firing, and you don't want that. Okay. So I've got mine connected pretty well now. Now my last step is I'm going to go back in here and kind of re-texture that area so that it matches the rest of my piece where I squished it. You know what I mean? Again, the reason for not worrying about the pattern too much. Okay. I'm in here. Decorate that a bit. Okay. Last step after you've got the texture back on is get it into its nice little circle shape. And fix anything that looks funky. Funky spot over here. There we go. Okay. And then you're going to dry. So, skillet. So, keep track of which one is yours when you put it over there. If you want to take a little piece of paper, put your initials or something on it, put it on top of there so we know whose is whose. Okay. Okay. What time is it? 10:45. I gotta be on with Melissa. I got time. Okay. 23 minutes. Perfect. So I'm gonna tell you then how to do the next thing. Okay? Because now as I start doing different things, I need you guys to be able to keep working, right? So after that one dries, you're gonna make another one. And this one, you're going to loop inside that one before you make the connection, right?
Makes chain links.
Exactly, like you're making a chain. Make sense?
So we should wait for this one to be dry.
It doesn't have to be all the way dry,
No,
but it needs
dry
to
enough
be
that it's not
firm. Exactly, exactly. Okay, so everybody's busy now. So the concept that you're doing is you're going to make a ring let it be firm enough that you can work with it.
Put one on
And then
top.
you're gonna make another ring on top of that one and
Well,
leave them like this.
Put one on
Okay.
top of the other.
Everybody get that,
And
you guys? So the next ring you make, you're gonna make another ring same way, but when you connect, you're gonna connect it on that,
Okay.
okay?
Do
So
you
you
have a
connect it this way.
recommendation
Yes.
for when you're joining the ends of ring number 2,
Mm-hmm.
how to then get that not to dry in like a pretzel shape because the first ring's going through it?
Yes, I will lay, and you'll see me do that on camera.
Uh-huh.
When I lay down my final, right? The joint, the wet joint won't have anything under it.
Got it.
But this side, that's where I'll put the other piece because it shouldn't distort too much. Okay? And on the dryer, and can you?
Want to swap for a second?
Sure. That's great.
Oh, does it? Okay. Okay. I'm good. Yep. Right. Okay, come on back. Oh, good. Okay. Okay, go ahead. Unmuted? I'm unmuted? Okay, I'm unmuted. Okay, so keep working. Let those dry. I told you I would show you another way to roll a snake roll thick like that. Okay, so I'm just gonna do that. But you don't need to do it this way. I use the ends of my paintbrush for my gauges. Okay, that gets a really thick piece. Now, they can tend to roll around and stuff, and sometimes it's finicky. That's why I didn't show you that first, okay? But I'll show you one real quick so you get the idea. It is dry in here today.
AC.
Yeah, the AC is like, normally I only have dry clay when it's juice on. I'm like, I'm feeling it today. I'm like, wow. Yeah. 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 Okay. So this is how I use the paint brushes as gauges. Okay. A little bit farther. There we go. Oop. There you go. Just like that. Okay. And that way you get these really thick ones without having to stack up a million gauges, right? Because sometimes, the more gauges you stack up, the worse it becomes and it's all wonky and stuff. So if you want something really thick, all you got to do is use just a thicker tool that you have, right? Lay those along the side, use those as your gauges. Okay? Okay.
In the outside pocket.
Okay. So, Lindsay, you're gonna have to catch them up.
I'm not doing really good with these connections.
Okay, get it muddy. So we have a student that is having trouble with the connection. Get it muddy, 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 so that it feels gooey, right? Like you're trying to make paste. And then take your sculptor and pull clay across. Yes.
You won't like that if it's a 2.5. No.
That I did learn.
Okay. Okie doke. So I am going to work on my next roll, okay? Because we got enough time before I go on with Melissa. I'm gonna work on my next roll. So anybody that wants to watch me can. Just because I keep getting interrupted, I'm gonna even make this clay just a little bit wetter. That will prevent any of my other problems from happening. I'm gonna put a little bit more water in there.
Harry, I feel like I have way too much, like 30 grams is way
Clay?
too much.
You're gonna, yes, you'll end up with extra, but we are gonna make bales and decorative items to go with them. Yeah. It's just that 15 isn't close to enough.
Got it.
Yeah.
It's like looking at it, I'm like, weeds.
Hey, my second one now.
Okay, so we're gonna do our next roll, and when I'm ready to connect this one, I'm gonna need my other piece, Lindsay, okay? When I'm ready to connect this one, I'm gonna need my dry piece. Got this, got that. Oh, and Cameron, I had a question for you. Were we able to record the things? Okay, so we should probably tell the other attendees that, the other guest speakers. Oh, so you did do that?
No.
No.
didn't.
Oh,
That's what we're going to do.
you're gonna try to do that. Okay. More technical things. I'm more worried about everything else. Okay, so I got another snake roll. Gonna put the texture on it. And remember, the way that I did that was just roll, pull back, roll, pull back, roll, pull back, roll, pull back. Right? That's an easy way to put texture on a snake roll. Okay? No fancy tools required. Okay. There's that. And then I'm going to do my, whoops, I got it upside down, so I can't read it. 1 inch. Yes. Okay. Wrap it in there.
Is that the second one you're working on?
Yes. Thank you. Okay. I'm going to find my cutter. There it is. Gonna cut at my angle. Take off those extra pieces, and now those should meet up. Okay. Okay. So now when I connect this guy, I have to connect him inside here. Okay, everybody? Right? I'm gonna connect this one inside this one. So I just kind of pull that one out of the way. Get this one laid. This part is killing me. Get this one laid in place.
Okay, all right, awesome.
That. Just kind of tacked it together with my fingers real quick. Get it gooey. I kind of like to let that set there for a second, that water, so that it really absorbs that clay, right? And gets gooey so that I can pull that clay back and forth. Okay?
Smile.
Okay. Again, this is the crosshatch technique. Pulling clay from one side to the other side and then blending it together. Okay, flip it over.
How does that work?
Okay. Clean it up.
So that's true. That's your. That's what we're gonna say.
Get a little more texture in some of those spots.
I just don't like it. I like it, we'll just. Never be around it, 'cause I-
Okay. And then I told you there was a particular way to lay this one when you dry it. Are you ready? Okay, so when you dry this one, this is where my seam is. I don't want to put that under there because that kind of, will kink it and it could create that crack, right? So this piece is going to stay further away over here. Then I get my circle and then I dry just like that. Okay?
Okay.
Bring it up.
Yeah.
Yes, so we're gonna start, talking about Melissa. 10 minutes, okay. Yeah. Okay, and we need to make sure my headphones still work and all that stuff. Yeah. Gotcha.
Yeah, me too. A fingerprint.
Because his shoulder, and I said to tell her to smile,
Okay.
and I was saying the three. My turn, Melissa smile, at which point Melissa and I are hanging out and he's in front of the camera.
Okay.
I've got
So when you hear me start with 3, 2, 1, you'll be nervous.
Okay, am I muted right now? No, okay. Yeah. That's okay. You guys don't care hearing me say all this stuff, right? Yes. Okay.
Yeah.
Can I hear myself talk? I can't hear myself.
GPS was.
But you hit the right time, since everybody's on their first or second.
We're all help each other. I'll help each
Okay.
other.
Still working on that. But that's okay. So, I will tell you guys real quick. So I'm gonna go on live with Melissa K. Steves, the CharmTree Studio, and talk to all her students. So now you got some time to keep working, okay? Get really ahead, everybody. If you get really ahead, your third link just goes in the center of both of those other ones.
Okay.
Okay? You want to go ahead and do that third one, you can. You put that one through both of them. Okay? Okay. Again? Got it. Yeah. Play me music. I just like keep this on and I'll just talk about no random things. It'll be great. Okay, turn the music off. We'll do this. Okay.
No.
So I'm going to go live with Melissa at CharmTree Studio, and I've got a raffle for her too. It is a metal clay kit for her students to raffle. So, we will do that, and then she's gonna show us all the stuff she's doing there. So we'll be live with her for about a half hour, I think, something like that. And you guys get to see her cool studio and all that good stuff. So hopefully you enjoy that. How much time do we have left for that? 5 minutes. Okay, okay. So, in the meantime, let's see. We've got Classroom Studio. I did that already. We're gonna do that. And we're still working on joining our pieces. I don't know if anybody else at home is working on that a little bit, but I hope you're enjoying it if you've got to play. I know that the next part gets a little bit harder. I tried to pick a project that was incredible looking, but not too terribly different. So, it's just learning how to make those joins is really the key to that. So let's see, you're gonna be able to see Melissa up there, right? Okay. No, we'll just do it via voice. Okay, which would be easier. Yep, okay. Okay, and I'll walk her through that, so you don't have to worry about it. Melissa, CharmTree Studio actually, well, I'm thinking about all of that. CharmTree Studio is actually a distributor as well. She is carrying the clay in her studio, so that's really handy. If you're local up there anywhere and need, you need that immediate clay, stop by there. She's open most days. I don't know the exact schedule. I should ask her about it, but we got her online. But yeah, she's fantastic, and she'll have the clay right there in the studio for you to get. So that'll be really helpful too.
If you're not.
I think, where is she? Oh, Maryland. Yes, so you're gonna. I didn't know that. I was reading that. I was actually, no. I was actually getting ahead of you guys. See, sometimes I can follow along. I was reading a student comment or an attendee comment online. They asked where Melissa was. She is.
I already answered
You
that.
answered that one. Yes. Oh, it just popped up 2 seconds ago.
There might be a delay.
Okay. Well, anyway, Melissa is in Maryland, out on Kent Island. Beautiful place. I went up there to teach last year, I guess, early last year, something like that. And just loved it. A wonderful area. Great food. I ate so definitely get up there and see her. It's a beautiful experience. Beautiful. And the studio is fantastic. It's got all that light that you need in a studio, and just every tool you can imagine. It's so much fun. So much fun. So I know we're getting close. We're down to, let's see. Chatter is distracting. I'm sorry. I don't really have a way to fix that right now because they're all excited in class. So hopefully when we come in, I can bring this up a little closer. Maybe that will help a bit. That might help a little bit. We'll try to focus that mic a little bit. Okay. Okay, and we're working on another idea too. I'm looking at the mic. Now see, now you got me looking at the mic. There's 4 cameras on me, and a mic and the headphones. And I got a thing over here and a thing behind me over here. You can tell I'm not a natural at this, but hopefully we're pulling it all off today. Okay. The good news is we are recording everything, so it'll all be here and you can scroll through it as fast as you want to. But I will be doing another raffle, just so you know, to prepare you, if you wanted to take a break, at 11:45 Eastern time, okay? And then we're gonna join Stephanie Chavez at 12:15. Okay, are we getting close? Okay, I'm gonna put my headphones on, and gang, everybody out here, we're gonna go live with Melissa at CharmTree Studio, okay? So if you guys want to see what her studio's like, it's a lot of fun, and if you have not met Melissa, you're gonna love her. She's the Bond girl in the Bond videos. Oh, isn't he hot? I'm holding that one in my back pocket for a surprise later. He is amazing. He is, and he's so funny. He's so funny. Oh, is she on? Sorry. Is she there? I can't see her. Uh-oh, I hear something.
Mute me. My video is
Not-
my, where's my video?
No, we should, oh, you see us?
No, I see you. Yay.
Hey,
Okay,
How we
so
doing?
I'm gonna have to look at the camera. Oh, you know what? I know what I'm gonna do. Yeah, I'm just gonna turn around so that I can see you a little bit. There we go, and then also face the
Did you
camera.
hear us okay? Can you hear
Yeah, a
us?
little bit.
Just a little bit? Do we
It's a little bit vague, so just talk loud.
talk really loud?
That's it.
We got a little bit of a late start. We're watching you the video. We watched your video. Yeah, and we just did our demo, so now everybody is busy making their first snake drawer. Thank you.
Oh, well, that's not too far behind what we are.
Okay.
They just started working on their second ones, so they're catching up a little bit.
Did we see that it's warm there for you guys? Is it warm in your
Yes.
studio?
It's ridiculous. And we've got the AC cranked up, so everything's dry.
Same with us. So we had a little snafu with our air conditioning, so we have none.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, so it's warm in here, but we just had a fabulous guy in here. He fixed it. So hopefully we'll be back.
There's nothing like winging it on a live day, you know?
But we're excited to be here. Everybody's excited. And yeah, how are you guys doing over there?
We are doing great. So we got 20 students in here. They're like, you know, chattering and crazy and doing all kinds of stuff. I've stopped trying to control it.
Yeah.
How are you guys though? I want to talk to your students. Are you guys
Okay.
excited?
Yeah, who wants to talk? Everybody's being shy. We're trying to get our work done. This is Jackie over here.
Jackie.
Yep. So,
And has everybody used?
we have Linda, turn around and wave. This is Linda. Alexa's over here in the corner. Hi.
Oh, there she is.
Liz. Liz is over here. Come over to the camera. Right there. Say hi. There's Liz. Marsha.
those were all my students.
Cindy.
A lot of them are my students.
Back there. Amanda. Jeannie.
Yeah.
We have Emily and Barbara is over here in the corner. So we have
Awesome.
10 ladies. And there's Cam. How you doing?
She said hi. Or he said hi. Change it. Okay. Oh. So has everybody used metal plate before? Oh.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So
Has everybody used metal plate before?
what's that?
Has everyone used metal clay before?
Yes, everybody here has used metal clay.
Oh, that's awesome. Okay, so are they having fun with Project X or still trying to figure it all out?
Yeah, they're just figuring it all out. I'm gonna see if I can get the volume up a little bit. I don't know.
Okay. Go ahead.
So, who wants to chat up with Carrie while I check our volume? Anybody? Any takers?
Well, I could call one out because I know. How about I call out Alexa?
Yes, yes, call them out.
Okay, Alexa. So tell me, what are you thinking about the clay?
Well, our clay is presenting a little dry at the moment because, we're all listening, but the clay is a little dry. So that makes a clay worker a little nervous, but we're managing. We got a little aqua, we got a little water, and we are rolling our snakes. I got a little clay on my hands. But
I feel
it's a beautiful project. We're all excited about it, and we're excited for you and Clay Revolution. You know, we're looking glamorous, and we love our presents. Thank you. I'm rolling with.
Oh, yeah, that's. Getting hot.
I'm now rolling with the homies.
So we're using our project X2O to hydrate, and it's working.
Entire.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Like,
The things that I talked about a little while ago was it works best if you put a few drops of that in and then water after that. Because too much of that starts. I can't tell you size.
The X2O works best when you do a couple drops and then you switch a little water and then put it between the plastic and you really well. That works great. Yeah. Okay.
Okay. Trying to think what else. Oh, I saw you already made your first distributor sale. Congratulations.
I did. I know. It was so fantastic. I had a class yesterday. It was a metalworking class. She said, I heard you're going to be selling the new clay, so she bought 4 packets.
Oh my goodness. That's awesome. Yay.
I'm very excited. I'm gonna post that.
Well, I have a raffle to do.
A little bit of wetted clay.
You got your raffle prize out there somewhere?
Got my raffle prize.
So let's say this is a dry ring. And this is where you go. But
Raffle prize.
that needs to be dry. Just like this. You're trying to fill
Right.
wet a tiny amount of clay. So think of it like spackle ring.
Yeah, I got the one over here done. I just wondered if you added
I
clay.
didn't
You
have
can
it.
hear whoever's talking over there.
That's-
Oh, all the
Oh,
chatter.
That doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I have this super awesome basic for one lucky
Done.
artist.
There's a dryer over there.
Yay! It's got all kinds of stuff in it. It's got rolling gauges and
Yeah.
all everything that you ever type. Awesome. Okay. So I'm just gonna do, I thought about like, making this card, giving you guys a test and asking questions and saying all kinds of wonderful things about clay and, all that, but I'm going to guess a number between, let's see, you guys, we're gonna guess a number between 1 and 15.
Okay, between 1
And
and
the
15.
closest to that. I'm sorry?
Between 1 and 15.
Right, so everybody's gonna guess a number between 1 and 15. Closest without going over wins, okay? So I would just have them yell out numbers.
11, 29, 7, 5, 9, 23. It's between 1 and 15. 4.
No, 23 is good.
She did 23. 11, 1 and 15. 11. I couldn't hear. She couldn't hear.
Okay, I heard 11 and the number is 11. Yay!
So, do you want me to switch cameras and just kind of walk around and do a little tour?
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. Show everybody the studio. Yeah.
Just shut my windows because the AC is actually on and I can feel it coming down, and I'll be right back. If anybody wants to come up and say hi.
That's gonna be our big.
Good for you.
You guys are so funny. Look how focused this whole group is. Your other, yeah. I'm gonna say that's what it's like. I'm just laughing because I'm in the studio and you guys are all diligently quiet. My studio right now is total chaos. People are like up and talking, running, and here I'm quiet. No. Okay, we get to see Melissa's studio.
Right.
Oh, before I switch it, I just want to say for everybody watching that doesn't know who we are and where we are. So we are CharmTree Jewelry Studio. We are located on Kent Island in Maryland, which is Stevensville, Maryland, and we are about 15 minutes east of Annapolis. So we are the first exit over the Bay Bridge. We are the gateway to the Eastern Shore. If you're on your way to the ocean, we're about 50 miles from DC and roughly that to Baltimore. So we are a pretty decent location for people to travel. We are kind of a wedding destination because we're on the bay and it's all about the water. So if you come to take an awesome class with Stephanie Chavez, who's coming in November, and Michael Marks is coming in October, you want to book early so you get a you can always just reach out and ask me where to stay, and I'll let you guys know. But we have people that travel.
Yeah, absolutely. I can throw it. You have like some of the best food ever. Amazing. Yeah.
Say that again?
Oh, I said, I have to say that you have some of the best food ever up there. I ate the kid.
We do. We have some fabulous, if you like crabs, if you like seafood, we have some really good seafood here. So definitely want to crab taste to come visit. Yeah, okay. So
I also loved those little lobster things, not lobster things, popsicles, crab popsicles. Oh my gosh.
yeah, I mean, so good. We ate really well when you were up here.
Yes.
Switch cameras and I'll walk around. We can say hi individually and I'll just show you the studio a little bit.
Yes.
Make sure it's working.
It's sideways.
Can you see it? Oh, here we go. Is this good?
There we go. There it is. Yes, that's great.
Okay, great. Okay, so I'm gonna start back here. I don't know why I can't see the picture, but you can. So tell me if I.
Yes, it looks great. Yeah, you're doing a perfect job.
Can you guys see this?
It was all Lindsay.
Oh, look at that. Gorgeous. Oh, and I like the links being kind of thin like that.
About that. Really just don't want your phone anymore.
I never even checked it after I on the floor, so.
Awesome.
Let's ready for the camera.
Okay.
So cool. We can't, just so you know, Melissa, we can't hear you too well, but we can see everything.
Can't hear me?
Not too well, because when you're walking around, I think your voice is away. But we can see everything.
That's weird.
Were you paying?
Oh, there you go.
Can you hear me?
Absolutely now.
So it's weird. This should be picking up. I don't know why it's not. So if you can't hear me, just follow along. I guess.
Holy cow, you've got a full house there, huh?
Y'all, I'm sorry to.
Yeah, wow. How many students do you have today, Melissa?
More than we can show.
Wow. That is awesome. And I love the private benches for everybody that you've got. That's so wonderful.
Let's see if we can change the volumes. I want to take you into the other rooms so you can see the full effect.
Yep.
Okay, so I switched it to, what about now? Now, can you hear me?
Yes.
Because I switched it to the camera microphone. That's where-
Ah.
Okay, so this is the rest of the studio.
Oh my goodness.
My goodies.
Oh, see that tapestry that you have? I wish I had a camera behind me right now. You would not believe if I could turn this thing. Look at this. You do this one. Oh, there we go. Look at that.
Yeah. Two great minds think alike. So we have some awesome plans.
Oh, yeah. I love what you got going on in there too with the film and everything there.
You know what? I took some of the extra. Made a little shoe. I didn't even know the word. Actually, it was able to follow it, so I think it must be. Yeah, yours not good.
Oh.
It's, you know, the play is a little.
Did you hear me?
Yes.
Oh.
So did you see that we have the stair lift for the vertically challenged?
Yes.
Because
That
we're
is
on the
awesome.
second floor.
I know. And it's funny because it's really useful. This is, that this was the first time we opened up a facility for people to visit. And it is challenging. There's a lot of little things you got to think about like that.
There are, yeah.
Yeah. But it's nice. Yeah, it's really nice to be able to see everybody come in and anybody that wants access can have access.
Well, we have an 82-year-old woman that comes and she rides that. She takes that up.
Oh,
So,
that's
yeah,
so
that's
cool.
cool. Yeah, and then, if you hurt yourself, then there's that too. I rolled my ankle a few weeks ago, so I had to ride it up and down. So we're really excited. Tell me more about what's happening next.
So we have 2 full days of this. Oh, and okay, so now I do have a feedback thing.
Oh, okay, let me move that. I think
There
it's
you go.
speaker. Yeah, is that better?
That's better. Yep, better.
Speaker and the microphone too close to each other.
I know. We got all of that problem here too.
Yeah.
So we have craziness going on. Today, they're still working on their projects here. We go and join Stephanie Chavez at 12:15.
Okay.
And then we're gonna join Lana Stamper in Mississippi at 3:15. We've got guest speakers all day today too. So I meant to tell you what I told my students here. If you want to hear the guest speaker things, you should be able to get those up on the YouTube channel in the next couple days. So we're hoping.
Great. Okay,
Yeah.
so we
And-
won't be able to see them live today on this?
Well, what you could do is if you're logged in just on a side TV, you could go into the breakout room and play that on there if you want to.
Okay. Okay, that's great.
Cool.
Good, we'll do that.
Okay. We've got for speakers today.
Yeah, mine's not good. Mine is not, yeah. How's your texture? I didn't do a texture.
That's Sorry,
Robert Lopez, right?
happened.
Robert Lopez is coming on today.
Yes,
Yeah.
Robert Lopez is late today, I'll call it.
Okay.
We've got Paula McDowell this morning. Tonya Davidson.
Yay.
Annie, yeah, I know. Annie Jolie. She's going to talk about the polishing, which is really interesting because it's very different than the other metal clays, you know.
Great.
And
great.
Robert Lopez. Yeah. Should be a lot
Okay,
of
what an
fun.
exciting lineup. That is so exciting.
Well, I'm excited for you. I'm thrilled you guys are like working hard over there.
Yeah, this has really propelled me to kind of get into the more of the technology aspect of things, but it's definitely been a little challenging, but you know, here we are, we made it, right, ladies? We're here, we're doing it. Oh,
Have a great time.
yeah, that's right.
Liz is an excellent teacher.
Oh,
Everyone can come to Charmtree.
She is.
And you
Absolutely. She's an incredible teacher.
which seems to be a lot easier to work
Yeah.
with than other
Ooh.
clays I've worked with. I'm a new clay person, but I'm finding this really forgiving. It's really easy to rehydrate if you need to. It's really working out very well and really enjoying it.
yay, yay, that's, okay.
Yay. Oh, I'm so glad to hear that. Yeah.
And while we're talking about the workability of it, I made this little project and I'm going to bring it over. I just was playing around. I wanted to make something like delicate. Can you guys see that?
Oh.
So I
Wow,
did,
you guys, look at that.
I made really thin little snakes, teeny tiny thin snakes, and I made them blurry.
That
And I made
is incredible.
little petals, okay?
Oh, Melissa, she's showing
So
off.
pink and center, and I kind of snipped it with the shears and made like a little center. But the thing I find so amazing about this clay is that, because I wanted to test it to see how this would work. And I fired it at 1650 for half an hour. I didn't go the whole 2 hours. And I took my pliers and I bent my petals up. And I'm amazed that I can bend it and then kind of bend it back. It has such incredible bendability, if that's a word, post-firing, that I am totally blown away. And I did say this to the ladies, that when I read Cam's remark or the quote that he had, that it said something like, finally a metal clay for metal workers, I was like,
Yeah.
it absolutely. And I actually soldered on when I first made my project, I'm gonna go get it to show you.
I would get that done first.
So can you see this? Let me-
Yes.
So here's my project. I did a little bit different kind of chain. I used a tiny bit less than you probably use, but see the little loop at the bottom? That what the chain is hanging on? So that one side broke off after I fired it. So I'm guessing my connection wasn't super great. So I soldered it on. I broke the whole thing off and I soldered it on, and it worked like a charm. So I feel what Cam said, this is the clay for metal workers. It really is. It's fantastic. So everybody's gonna get their fingers in this clay. Yeah, right now.
That sounds like something that Bond would say.
That's right. That's right.
Oh, well, thank you. I really do appreciate that. And that was really what we were shooting for. We wanted that density. We wanted it to still be easy, you know, long working time, all of those things.
Yeah.
And it's a tough thing to get there. So I appreciate that.
I know. I'm impressed that you did it, and just the strength that it has after firing, it blows my mind, because
I haven't seen that in a, you know, a 999 clay. So kudos to that. Like, look at me, I'm still bending this up and it's like unbelievable.
I love that piece. You've got to send me a
You like
picture of
that
that
piece?
piece.
Yeah, it's gonna look really cool when I get it done. So you have 2 more giveaways, I think. You sent me two or three little giveaways. Is that just for me to give away?
Those are for you to give away, yes.
Oh, okay, all right.
Just pick whatever.
They're all trying to get the giveaway. Everybody's gonna get a little giveaway from me today. Oh, everyone's getting a little something. They're actually
Oh, that's
compliments of Gwen Young from Rolling Mill Resources. These are compliments from her because she's fantastic and amazing. And on top of carrying Carrie's clay, I'm going to be carrying her textures, Gwen's textures.
Oh, that's wonderful. Yeah, they're so.
Yeah.
I'm good. I have my.
So I am gonna cut out, I think, because we're having a little bit of an internet delay, I think. So
Okay, yeah, I
rather
can
than
see
just
that.
struggle through it more.
That's okay. We love you.
I love you guys too, and have fun with all your goodies today.
Thank you for everything. Do that.
Okay,
All right.
bye. Thank you, Melissa.
Oh, there, she's still there. We can't see you. Okay, there, she's still there. We really appreciate the opportunity, and we thank you so much for all of the materials and the goodie bags and everything that you did for us in the studio. Like, we love you.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Oh, I love you too. You're so welcome. Thanks. Bye.
Okay. All right. Bye.
Bye.
Yeah,
Okay,
second,
who needs help?
second ring.
Second ring,
Yep. Do we roll it around the first one? Okay, so the second ring, yes, you're gonna take the second ring and you're gonna.
Tendies, I think. Yep. There we go. So I think, and I'm still on the mic, which is okay. But I think when we do the breakout sessions, I think the internet is slowing down, which is what's causing a little bit of the glitchy internet look on things. So, all right, forgive me, guys, but I think that's what's happening because we had that earlier, right? And then it went away, and now we got to get it. We got it again, and I think it's because we've got a breakout session going on right now, which is who? Paula McDowell?
Yeah.
Paula McDowell is on right now. So if you're bored, go over there, watch Paula McDowell, because she is just incredible with Sterling Clays. Incredible. Okay? Okay. I am going to come back and kind of talk to the classroom a bit now then. Okay? So, gang. Can I have my piece back? I'm back with you guys now. Okay. How far along are we? Do we have 3 pieces or 2 pieces?
3.
I've got 3. When your clay is state of spray and then water.
Not liberation spray.
Just water.
Water or the X2O. Yes.
I just.
The stuff, we don't have any of this, but you shouldn't. This is when your clay is like hard dry, is what this is for. The water should do it, okay? I'm gonna talk for a second, okay? Okay, I will. I'll give you the heads up. Okay, so we have some people with 2 pieces, some people with 3 pieces, right? Okay, so that third piece, everybody knows how to make the third one, right? Roll it, connect it in between the 2. I'm gonna do that right now myself as well, okay? And then after that's dry, then we find a way to lay it. So I'm gonna explain that a little bit to you, that for those of you that are ahead a little bit, okay? What I mean by that is it fits together. You know, you can spin each piece around 20 different ways, you know. what you are looking for is a nice triangle where they just nest together nicely. That's what you end up looking for. And once you find that, then you're gonna use paste and stick them together.
So then
Okay?
continue to move.
Exactly. So that way it's not a free hanging thing that kind of, because here's what would happen. Both links would just fall down unless you hooked through it somehow to hook it up. So once you have your 3 in a nest, then you use paste to connect them together, reset it again, and then we start putting bails on. Okay? Yes.
When should we kind of refine our? Do we do that before we set them together?
It depends on where the edge is, because sometimes you can just hide that with the nest, right? It'll, your funky, like your seam, if you got a yucky looking seam on one of them, tuck it under in that nest somewhere. Or if you got a place that doesn't have any texture on it, tuck it under. Yes.
What about filling cracks?
Filling cracks. I would do that when it's dry. And I would also do that when you got your paste out, because then you can do that. Yep.
So you're talking about this bud paste or a special?
No, you've got paste on your tables. See the little jars? Oh, it just wasn't open. Yeah. Yeah. This little white jar, it's in a white bag, is paste. Okay? So, and I think we got one on each table. Okay? Okay? And there's a ton of paste in there, so you should be good.
Jar will last.
Yeah, that jar will last forever. Okay, so what time is it? Let's see. I'm talking 11:30, so 11:45, I have to do an online raffle. I'm good, so I got a half hour before that.
That raffle?
It's not even close, I got a half hour.
Okay.
So, I'm gonna do another raffle in here, cause like, why not? Right? Cause we got so much stuff. Okay. I have 2 more that I'm doing. So, I'm. Okay. I'm gonna do this one first, just because I've been thinking about this for a whole day. Okay. I want to thank Wandering Sun Meadery. It's across the street. Okay? Meadery. Does anybody know what mead is? Honey wine. Yes. Okay? So, that is what mead is. We have a meadery across the street. It's super cool. They're great, great, great people. He is a mead making fool. Okay. They gave us an incredible raffle today. So whoever wins this raffle is buying the drinks after we get out of here. $50 gift card for the meadery. Okay. Incredible. And so I know a lot of you are from out of town, which means you're definitely buying drinks tonight, because I know you won't be back to use the card. Okay. So I'm going to do the same thing. I'm keeping my raffles simple today. We just picked that number. Okay. So number between, what did I say before? 30, 40, 50? 1 and 50. Okay. Got it. Go.
25. 23. No.
Oh, okay. Okay.
13.
27.
Picking up 10. Okay.
13.
9.
That was not a hint.
19.
12. The one woman who knew what meat was. Randy Boyd. The number is 12.
Oh,
The number's 12. So she got it exactly. Yes.
I thought she said 10.
Right. You did say 12. Somebody said 12. Yeah, you said 12. I was pretty sure you said 12. Because when I hit you, I knew immediately you were the winner.
So are you finished showing us about the third ring?
I'm going to do mine right now. Yep. Okay. So I'm going to do my third ring, so everybody at home, you guys can watch as well, okay? You'll see how I'm gonna, this part, you don't really get to see the nest until it's dry, but you'll see me make this third ring and where to place it in there, okay? Okay, get some clay out, and my clay is just dying in here today. Yeah, it's usable, but I could tell not gonna be ultra friendly, so. Oh, I keep talking about the long working time with the clay, you know? And I think it's a little hard. Everybody paying attention? Everybody paying attention? Okay, you're fine. You're fine. I keep talking about the long working time, but it's kind of hard for you to understand because today it is dry, right? I mean, I can feel it in the clay and we just opened it, you know? So I'm going to show you what I mean by long working time. This is the clay that's on my desk. Okay? This clay, this little bag, it doesn't even say 999 on it because it's got the code of the batch number when we were successful. Okay? So, this clay, Cameron, what? 3 months old? Something like that. It's been open like this, just like this, on my desk for 3 weeks, right? Because this is the clay that I used to make the first pendant, maybe 4 weeks. Are you ready? Now, it's not perfect clay, but you see the state of it. There is no way 4-week-old clay would ever do that. We all know what 4-week-old clay would do. It would be a rock on your desk, okay? That is what I mean by long working time. And watch, as I mush this together, it's gonna come back, okay? It does not need a ton of water. It doesn't need a whole lot. It will come right back. So I got enough in there that I would put more water in here, but it's not hard. Okay? That's what I mean by long working time. It's crazy. Really crazy. Okay. And I'm just going to throw it right back in there so I can show everybody the same thing tomorrow. Okay.
Carrie, are we gonna need
Yes.
textures after our 3 rings are done?
No, not unless you want to make a bail. Yeah, I did a snake roll on my bales, but if you want to make a different kind of bail with a texture, you can do that. Okay.
This is it. Fine.
Okay. So I need to roll my third piece.
You got a trick for holding them straight,
Holding what?
the slats together.
Oh, you know what I do? Can you see this? I just kind of do as I roll so they don't slide. The other thing though, have you tried the things? Were you here when I showed that?
No.
Okay. I
It's
first this one that way.
So I'm like going crazy with it.
Ah, gotcha. Watch this. When I make really thick snake rolls, there's the same one. Instead of using a bunch of gauges, right? Because then they slide more. The more you're stacking up, the more the gauges will slide. I will use these.
All three drawing.
Gotcha.
Okay. But much thicker, right? But you can use, this one's thinner. So you can find 2 sticks that are the same and use them like that, and they kind of roll with the roller.
Gotcha.
Easy. Yeah, it takes a little to get used to, but it's pretty easy. So when I use these, which I gotta use because my other 2 rings are that big.
Right.
So I will hold the bottom of them so that they don't slide around when I do that. Just like that. Okay. Okay. Put my texture on, and did you see me put texture on, or did they just
Let me
come
watch
show
you do it. I have
Okay.
to watch you do that.
Yeah. So the way that I do my texture is I use my finger and just push and pull and push. It's like rolling it halfway. That way I don't twist the snake too much. Okay?
I'll pull it.
For next time.
Yeah. Just like that. Okay. And then when I cut it, 1 inch, lay it in there. I find like my good spots, you know, whatever areas I think are the prettiest. Overlap it. Cut it at an angle. And then those angles will meet, okay? And now the link into the other links. Anybody that needs to watch, this is the link into the other links, okay?
Yes.
Take my roll, put it between both of those, okay? Like that, right? Again, you're gonna find a way to lay the seam flat. That's the part you want to keep flat, okay?
The seam on the final one.
Yes, yes. Okay, so I don't know if you can see that. Yeah, you can see that. So I finally got it to kind of lay so that I can make the join, okay? Get it nice and gooey. And the thing that I talked about when doing these joins is I let that water get in there so that you get the clay really mushy. Then I do a crosshatch and pull the clay from one to the other back and forth, okay? So, you know, you see me kind of letting that set a little bit. That is the goal. Let that set up. Okay. Crosshatch that back and forth. See it? Yeah. I'm trying to keep one out of the way so you can see it, but it's hard because I gotta hold it. There we go. See how I'm pulling that clay? Not trying to keep it pretty. I'm trying to connect it.
Yeah.
Okay. Put over. Side. Big old chunk of dry clay off my thing. Okay. Once I've really complete, you know, I basically make them one piece of clay instead of two pieces just stuck, you know? Once I've done that all the way, then I'll go in, kind of add some texture, you know, get the texture even around it. Flip it back over.
You guys should have a drawing table.
It's in a bag. It's in a bag.
Wreck the bucket.
Okay. All done. And now I'm gonna make it a circle again. That's the last hard one to do. Everybody, when you do that third one, don't forget to make it a circle before you put it up there to dry, right? So you get that last join, and remember, it's tough, you know? So you get that last join, get it to lay down in a good way so that it can be a circle when it dries. Okay, and that is that. Now I'm gonna put this up on the dryer real quick. So if you want to go to maybe the student camera, that'll work. Okay.
So
We have a
student
camera? Uh-oh.
Yeah.
I did something, I don't know if it's right. I don't. I used,
Oh,
I did the circle and then I cut it. I cut it. Like, I really like that.
You guys be able, you know what we could do? Is very. Oh, part of.
Corridors.
Got it, okay. Yes.
You know how they say bonds are, no. I'm gonna ship it wrong. It's not my writing. And it's like, who else is sitting here?
The blondes do have fun.
Oh, my goodness.
But you know what? Brunettes have already been there, done that.
Oh.
Yeah.
You can tell that it's hot.
Yeah.
This is her clay.
Oh. Yeah. Okay, this is a crazy good little question, okay? And a little lesson. So, we're gonna come down to my overhead. Whose clay was this? It's yours. Gotcha. You're new though. That's why.
She knew at it.
Yes, okay. So we have a brand new, never met a clay person before. And a little bit, okay. And so I walked over because another student was like, this clay is really hard. And I was handed this, right? Brand new clay. This is overworked clay. That's what that means, okay? So what happens is your clay starts breaking down because you're just working it and working and working it. And your hands absorb water and oils, okay? So you've absorbed the binding material in the clay is what happens. And so you get this. So I'm going to show you, because this has happened, I'm going to kind of show you how to fix this, okay? So I'm going to lump that clay together, roll it out. Oh yeah, no, I've never ever messed my clay up before. Never. I'm perfect. Yeah. Yeah, ask me how I know this. Okay, so I'm gonna roll it together. And basically I'm trying to get this clay back to even. That's the best word, right? Even consistency, okay? And then I'm going to be adding water and probably some aqua to it. Not aqua. Oh my goodness. Did I just say that?
Yes. And I
Somebody-
got loads of that still at home.
Do you? Oh, that stuff is like gold.
I know, I've been putting it on my Project X.
Yep. There is no more out there to be found.
7 bottles.
Oh my gosh. Okay. Do we have an open X2O anywhere? Open. No? Where? Okay, go ahead. Okay, so I've got the clay kind of even, we're gonna call it, okay? And the first thing I'm gonna do, because I know it's very dry, I'm gonna add some water to this, okay? And you notice, I'm not touching this clay too much, okay? It's metal. Metal conducts temperature, right? So if it's in your hand, it's getting hot. If you're kneading it, it's getting hot. The hotter it is, the drier it gets. Okay, so you really want to try to touch it with like your fingertips, you know, versus down in your, deep in your hand. And you want to pay attention to if it's getting warm. Just put it down. Just set it down and let it cool back off. So right now it is nice and cold. Okay, so I'm going to add some water to that. Hold it in on itself. Kind of squish it a little bit because as soon as I roll it, the water's going to like, you know, want to go everywhere. So I kind of squish it a little bit. Roll. Try to get that water mixed into it. A lot of people will do this in like a Ziploc bag or something like that so that the clay isn't sticking to anything, stuff like that. I've always been, I'm kind of a clay weirdo, which I guess is why I make clay, you know? So I like putting my hands in the mud and the clay and all that stuff. So I don't use those, but that's just a preference. Okay, so it's already coming back. I can feel it's coming back. Okay, see? So now I'm going to add a couple drops of this X2O to it because I know it was so over dry. Shake this before you use it, okay? This big chunk, I'm going to put 4 drops. Fold that in, same way. Now, whoops. Now I got it nice and hydrated. Pick it up the table there. It should get to this point where it's got a little bit of a stickiness to it and you can pull it back up. See how it's pulling back off of everything? It'll pull back off of your fingers. If it's not quite that right consistency yet. Okay?
Say that again.
It should get to a point where it's got a little bit of a stickiness to it and it will pull itself back up off the table and off your fingers and things like that. If it's not doing that, it's not quite back to the right consistency. Okay. Okay. Okay, and now I can feel it's got the stickiness, but I would say it probably could use a tiny bit more water. So I'm going to do that for you and then hand it back to her so she can work on it. Okay. 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 Classroom join piece, classroom joinery fire. Okay. There we go. Now I would say we're back to a good consistency. Okay, I'm gonna let that go before I mess it up anymore. Okay, ready? Right. Okay. I drew a mess. Let's see.
My
Need-
playground.
I need a paper towel.
I gotta put that on the wall.
Okay. Go ahead and pull me up on screen for a second. Oh, look at that. He's like all on this. I need to give some props to my cameraman over here. You can't see him. But this is Lucas, and Lucas has like stepped in and helped us get through this craziness. So Lucas is the tech guy, making sure all this happens and gets moved around and the cameras get moved and you're looking at me and everybody else is doing what they're supposed to be doing. So thank you, Lucas. We'll try to let you see him later if we can figure out how to do that. Maybe I'll have him walk around.
So is before,
Let's see.
before I join?
That looks like a good nest. Yeah, it looks like it's just kind of fitting together nicely.
Okay.
See how when you played with it, it just kind of laid? That's what you're looking for. Yep. Okay. So mine's not quite dry, so I don't want to try to do my nesting or anything yet. So I'll probably wait a minute for that. But oh, it's 11:40. 11:40. 11:45. I'm doing an online raffle.
You want the next?
Yes. Thank you. What is it? Let's see. Online raffle. No, project bag. What? You're gonna love these. Yeah. Awesome. This is online. This is online.
Playing for the crowd.
I'm like, you're not getting it. So let me give you the
Everyone
heads up.
here already got one.
That's why I was like, this isn't for the class. Okay. So Bonnie's over there, good to go. Okay. I'm just trying to get everybody prepped. So in a couple minutes here, I'm doing another online raffle. Okay. World of Metal Play. This is what super cool Project X token. Yes. So it's a craft bag with like side pockets, and then of course, you know, get the little stickers and buttons and all that good stuff too. So super fun little craft tote bag. Okay. Good. And we are going to ship all this stuff to you. So the way that this works is I'm gonna ask you for a number. You're gonna put it in the chat. Okay, so you're gonna go to bottom right corner, chat the number to us. The closest to the number that I choose without going over is gonna be the winner. So what'll happen is put your guess in there.
I found it.
Let that go for a few minutes. We're gonna let it run for about 5 minutes-ish, okay? Then Bonnie's gonna scroll through them, find the winner, tell me, and I'll announce the winner online. Now you gotta connect with Bonnie back on that chat afterwards because we gotta know where to send it to, okay? Okay. Yes, oh, thank you. Okay, so. Okay. So we can be early if you want, because I think we're ready. Are you ready? Raffle?
Yeah.
Yep. Okay, we're ready to do the raffle. I'm going to. Yep. Okay, we are ready to do this raffle. How many people we got? What's it called? Okay. 43 watching us right now, so I'm gonna reduce the count. Give you a better chance. Okay. So. What? You guys are putting numbers in there. I haven't even given you a one to blank. So watch at this time, Bonnie. Watch the time. Okay. From now on, it'll count. Okay. So listen online. Number between 1 and 100. Okay. Without going over. So if you entered one already, enter another one because it doesn't count. Okay. So number between 1 and 100 for the craft tote bag, the Project X bag. Okay. Number between 1 and 100, put it in the chat. Okay, and bag. I'm gonna bag between that way. Goes to the right person. See how organized I am. Cutoff is 5 minutes from that time that you, yeah, okay? So you're just gonna yell at me when it's time, Bonnie, okay? And if anybody guesses the exact number, that's fine, right? Okay. And food is showing up, people are doing all kinds of things, it's all chattery again, because they get all excited. So, you know what I might do? I might take a 2-minute timeout. How about that? Yes, classroom view for a while, okay? I'm gonna take a 2-minute timeout while Bonnie pulls the winners. Sounds good.
Did that, but then I was missing the doctor. But they used to, the ones that had 5 and 6 different groups. I did that.
That's what we're looking for, right? This kind of- No, it's fine, no, but. Yeah, go ahead. My stuff has to cool anyway. I try to put this in. Or take it. Fair.
Can't go on mine.
It is.
Well,
So, and now.
she always waits, because she goes like that. So she- She got really lucky.
Hey, Carrie, can I get your eyes on something real quick? This is what I'm looking for, right? Not one black one, the right one.
Yeah.
That's what it is. Have a black cat around here?
I think. So, yes, someone.
So this will work, Carrie, or?
In the rain, that there Mars down.
They're down. It's just happened.
So now, anywhere there's contacts, tack them.
Oh. He knows the right question to ask. See, that's the deep, okay, gets you.
Yeah.
How much their,
How the world, you know.
how much this video is, I don't know. I'm going to chip my cheeks to make it.
Carrie? So everywhere there's contact, paste.
That's where you want to put the paper, so it's. That.
Well, you just know me well.
1 minute left on our raffle.
Lindsay can probably not make it. Down. Okay.
My next flat.
Thank you, but I know that someone, thank you. I stand in your house. Oh, sorry, I want. I don't know.
For people who never know.
Okay. Come on up to my face. Okay, it's time to give away the raffle. Are you ready? Are you ready? It's the cool tote bag, the Project X tote bag. What do we got, Bonnie? Who? Leanne Pugh? Leanne Pugh! Woohoo! She won the craft bag, Project X craft bag. Awesome. So Leanne, make sure you write back Bonnie and stay connected to her so that she can get your address, email, so that we can give that to you. Okay? Yay! Thank you, thank you. Congratulations. Okay, so we've got, for all you online viewers, this is kind of what's going on at 12:15 Eastern, so about a half hour from now, I'm going to be live with Stephanie Chavez, okay? In between now and then, it's going to be kind of just working in the classroom here a little bit, and I'm going to try to shove some food in my mouth. So, what I could potentially do is I could see if I could take a question or two maybe online. Maybe I got a question or two I can handle before I go shove some food in my mouth. Yeah, I know, it's a lot of numbers. Let's see. Congrats. What are the numbers? Okay, seven. Okay, these are all numbers. I just came to break out.
Yeah.
I did. Okay. Anybody online got any questions? I'm happy to answer anything. Could be about the clay, could be about the event, what we're doing. Got a question? Yes. Ah, very good question. Okay, so I'm gonna repeat that in case you couldn't hear him read that to me. The question was who? Next that. Anna Fairby. I know a lot of our customers. I don't know that one. Okay, so Anna, you can do that. What you tend to notice is with the sterlings, even the 950, the silver kind of depletes and raises, and the copper will actually drop. Okay, so what you'll see is if you fire on a shelf, especially like a fiberboard or a ceramic cell, the back of your piece can turn dark. Okay, so that's one of the reasons that we suggest using a steel mesh for your burn off, because it just reduces that. Okay, but it's not the end of the world. If you're going to be putting that piece into the carbon anyway and firing at the higher temperature, that should go away. So you shouldn't have that problem. I haven't tried to do that specifically, but I could tell you that's the problem that you run into is you're going to get black on the back of that piece where the copper is connecting with that stuff. Okay. Hopefully that answers your question a little bit. You can absolutely put it on top of the carbon and fire it that way as you burn it. So that might be safer if you're thinking of if you just don't have a steel mesh. Put it on top of your carbon, burn it off there, and then just cover it with carbon and fire it. Okay, that could help. Okay, cool. Any other questions? What was the wedding solution that I used? This is X2O, one of our new products. This is it's a binder opener. It's the best way to explain that. This will allow the binder walls to open to accept the water. Okay, so you put a couple drops of this in, and then if you need. Okay. Oh, that's a big question. Okay. Question is, are there any interesting techniques for adding color? Holy moly. That's a loaded question. So There's a million techniques for adding color. The most basic, right? You've got a dark patina on a piece. That is a liver of sulfur. You can use black max. You can use, I actually prefer one, but it's very expensive and it's a little bit hard to get. I love Gosiba. If you have not tried Gosiba, try Gosiba. It's Gossiba. Hey, Sarah Stein, do you know, is Tevel coming to the symposium this year? Oh, okay. There's a company in, where are they? New York, New Jersey? Manhattan, called Allcraft. I was gonna say Allcraft Expo, but that's not right. Called Allcraft that sells this product. It's called Gosiba, Gossiba. It is a liver of sulfur variant. Spectacular. One of my very favorites. Okay. That's the dark, but color. You can enamel. This clay takes enameling very well, which is the topic that Brandy Boy is going to talk about. You can do all kinds of different stains, paints. You can use, like, one of the ones that I always loved was vintage patinas. It's called Vintaj, vintage. To me, it's like a mix between a paint and an alcohol. It's like a paint that dries super, super fast. I love using them. They're easy to get on and off, and you can do all kinds of different techniques with that. You can use alcohol inks. You can use Gilder's paste. Okay. You could, I've seen a lot of people, I've never done this, but you can use colored pencils. That's an amazing technique as well. So yes, tons and tons and tons of ways to make sure I'm forgetting something. Okay, one more question.
So, 999.
Gotcha. Okay. Long question, but I'll try to shorten it. So the question was about 0.999 strength. And is it good for rings and has been tested on rings, or is it still better to, I'm gonna try to get everybody to, they're talking really loud because they're excited and it's lunchtime and now they're all hungry and they want to get up and do things. I'm trying to rein them in. Okay, so 0.999 strength. The term that we keep saying is strength, right? But that's not really the right term. It's because we say it all the time because it's the easy thing to say. Okay, it is dense and bendable. That's really what it is, which actually means it's softer. Okay, so it's our terminology. We're not really using the right terminology when we're talking about it. Okay, and it's just because it's metal clay and it's easy to talk about that way. That's why it says that. So 999 is incredibly bendable. It is soft, but what we mean is the density is going to allow it to bend without breaking or cracking. Okay. Versus if you take, like if you ever used, I'll use PMC because that's, kind of what we were trying to replace. If you bend PMC 3, okay, and you bend it back, that's it. That's the only benefit you get out of it, right? So what everybody always recommended was fire it out to 2 hours, get the maximum density to it, okay? And when that happens, then you have some bendability and it won't crack as much. But you're not going to do it too many times, okay? That's not really strength, right? It's bendability, okay? So in comparison, Project X's bendability is very high, okay? You will see on that little video, and I said this earlier, so I'll say it again because there's some other people joining us throughout the day. There's a video on our website on the Project X pages. It's also on our YouTube that shows bendability. And what I did was I got a strip and I bent it around this 3 millimeter mandrel all the way after a 2 minute torch fire. Okay. And it's perfect, and it does it every time. So that's what we mean. Okay. It's not exactly strength. Now, that characteristic is really good in some senses. In other senses, it's a problem, right? On a ring band, a thin ring band, you're going to have density, which is great, but it's going to be soft, so it's going to bend easier, right? So if you bang it on the table, it's going to bend, it's going to dent, okay? So you're not looking for that kind of material in something like a ring band. In something like a ring band, you want something firmer so that it doesn't bend, but you also don't want it to be brittle. Right? There's where you start getting into all those things. Okay. So everybody's like, oh. So I personally like the 960s for rings versus the 925s. The 925 is super strong. Super strong. So it's really going to be very, very, very durable. Okay. The 960 to me is durable enough. The 960 to me behaves a bit like an Argentium. If you've ever used an Argentium, 960 metal clay feels and performs like Argentium silver. Okay, you can fuse 960. You can work harden it, right? So I tend to make a ring band, fire it in shape, then put it on a mandrel and work harden it and do the exact shape and the exact size I want it to be. Okay. It's going to be more durable against dings, against just distortion, stuff like that. Okay. So that's why I use the 960 for that. The 925 is going to be even better, but I don't find myself using it as often. If you're doing a ton of rings, maybe you wouldn't want to do the 925. Okay. Because it's definitely going to be more durable. Okay. Okay. Are we good? 15-minute heads up for my next thing. So I'm going to take a 15-minute break and shove some food in my mouth. Okay. So we're going to turn my mic off for a while. We're going to put you out on the floor with the students. Okay. And then I will come back in about 15 minutes. Well, no. I'm back on. So we are about to go live with Stephanie Chavez in Utah with all of her wonderful students. So I want to introduce you. I don't need to introduce you to Stephanie Chavez. Stephanie, just remarkable instructor. Her designs are incredible. She teaches all over the place. That woman travels more than I do. I think she's coming up at MCAS. She's coming up. I know she's good. Oh, this morning she was on the AMCAW Virtual Guild. Which I would have loved to have seen that, but I still haven't seen it. And then I know she's teaching at Center next year in the UK. I don't know where else. Anyway, so I'm being told we got another. We ready? Okay, go ahead and click her on. Stephanie, can you hear me?
Hello.
There you are.
Let me see. We're figuring out all of our sound, you know.
No, that's how everybody's been all day. This is like, if we did this for a living, we'd be good at it, right? But, you know, we're trying to wing it.
Yeah. Well, I want my students in the studio to hear and hopefully not get as much feedback.
Yeah, I don't have any feedback from you. It's awesome.
Okay.
It's perfect.
Okay.
Yes. Hopefully my students aren't too loud. They've decided, I told them they had to be quiet. They're all out there eating their lunch now.
That's not fun. The class has to be quiet. No.
No. Like, you guys gotta be quiet. Crack the whip at them. So, how far along are you guys in your projects? Hello, guys. I can see you out there.
Say hi. I have, like, I can kind of turn it so you guys, I'll come closer in a minute so we can see everyone better too. So we have our first, or we're working on our first coils right now. Here, if I switch, maybe, let's see if this, whoops. Now I changed my camera, of course, and it stopped. We'll just go back. I'll show you a different way.
Yeah.
It didn't but anyways, we have our first coil made and they're drying.
Awesome. That's so how many students do you have today?
We have 10. One isn't here yet. She's running late, but.
Yep, we had that too.
What's that?
I said, yep, we had that too. I think we had about 5. We have 20 in here today. It's crazy.
Oh, awesome.
But yeah, we had like 5 late.
Yeah.
We get everybody caught up. So, tell me, I don't think many people have been out to your studio, especially from out this end of the country. So tell us about your studio a little bit.
Okay. Well, this is my studio. No. I'm in South Jordan, Utah, which is about 20 minutes from Salt Lake City. I am very blessed to have an amazing space. It is in the basement of my home, but I have a whole separate entrance. It has its own separate bathroom. It's about 900 square feet. So I have had as many as 16 students in here, which was a little crazy, but we did it.
Yeah.
And it was a hammering and stamping class, so it was really loud.
Good. Yep.
So
That's awesome though. And you teach, that's what I was gonna say. I figured you teach a lot more than just metal clay. You're teaching all kinds of traditional techniques as well too, right?
yes, I do a lot of different stuff. I mean, my first love and passion is metal clay, but I teach a lot of other things as well. But I also like combining the metal clay with, metal smithing. So, which is fun because I did a bunch of soldering tests yesterday. So.
Did you? Oh, okay. So tell us.
It's good. You know, the density of the Project X clay, the solder doesn't soak in. It's really nice. Yeah. So I loved it.
Thank you. And I told everybody right before you came on, I was telling everybody you were on the AMCAW Virtual Guild this morning, comparing all the clays.
Tomorrow morning. It's tomorrow
Oh,
morning. Yeah.
I still can't
I
watch
know.
it. I
All
want
the
to watch
events this
it.
weekend are, yeah, they're all blending together, all the events, but it will be recorded. So for AMCAW members, you can log on and you can see the recording of it.
Oh, awesome. Okay, I gotta do that because I'm curious. I know it's interesting because there's so many new clays and everybody's kind of going crazy with everything. So I'm curious, you know.
Yeah, it's been fun. So yeah, it's tomorrow. Someone in my studio just asked what time tomorrow it is. It's going to be at 9 a.m. my time, 11 a.m. Eastern time. So
Okay,
is the
awesome.
presentation. But yeah, it will be recorded because I know you got lots of events going on too.
That's great.
Yeah.
And I was telling everybody too that you are teaching at the upcoming symposium, the MCAS symposium next month.
Yes,
I'm taking your class. I can't wait.
I know. That makes me really nervous, Carrie. I'm like, what?
Oh, so Cindy Singh is sitting right here. She's taking it too. Say hi.
Oh, yay. Hi, Cindy.
What class are y'all taking?
So, yeah, I'll be teaching there. And then in October, I'll be teaching at Beef Fest in Mesa, Arizona. And then in October, I'll be at Multiplicity in Texas. And then November at CharmTree in Maryland. So
You were insane. Holy cow. I can't keep up with you. I think you teach more than I ever even dreamed of teaching.
no, you're good.
Yeah, no, I don't think so. That is awesome. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to your class at the symposium. I really am. I'm like, this is the first year I haven't had to teach, and so I'm like, I'm gonna make something.
Oh, good. I'm excited. It will be fun. Wow.
It will be fun.
Cool.
So you got, go ahead.
Oh, I was gonna say I can do like a closer view of the students if you want me to.
Yes.
Of
Yes,
their-
absolutely. That's what I was just gonna ask. I can see they're really busy.
They are all busy, quietly working. I didn't tell them they have.
Everybody wave. Say hi. Hi, guys. They're quiet and busy. Oh, yeah, that does look good though. Oh, and you're using water pens to make the joins. That's a good idea. Oh my gosh, look at that. That's so cool. I gotta do that. I'm like looking around, I'm like, I must have a copy or something around here I can put a sticker on. I love it.
No. No working.
Does anybody have any questions about the clay as they're walking around? I can't hear them very well, but you could translate for me, Stephanie. We can't really hear them, so I don't know if you guys are trying to talk to us.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you a little bit.
I don't know why it's not working for them, but Anyways,
Okay.
Kelly was saying how she worked with the clay last week and she absolutely loved it. It wasn't, too sticky. It wasn't drying out. Yeah.
Wonderful. Well, thank you. It's one of those things that we were trying to work on a balance. There's so many people that have trouble with the clay drying while they're using it, right? So it was trying to get that long working time. I also wanted it much more dense so that you could do more torch firing and still have the bendability and all those things that go with it. Melissa K. Stevens was on a little while ago with us, and she showed us a piece that she was making that really actually blew my mind. She made, I would call them little tiny ribbons, okay? And made like flower petals with a ribbon, almost syringe looking, okay? But she did it with tiny snake. And fired it and then bent all the petals of a flower up. And so she was bending these tiny ribbons to get the petals of the flower to be in the shape she wanted. Unbelievable. It was unbelievable.
Awesome.
Yes.
Yeah.
So
No, it is.
That
That's
was
one thing.
really our goal.
Yeah, I noticed too is that it's so strong after firing.
Yeah.
So-
Oh, you know what? We just had a question about that actually, and I talked about it for a little while right before you came on. The question of strength versus bendability, right? And density and that kind of stuff, because we refer to it all the time in metal clay and everything that it's strength, but it's actually not strength. You actually want it to be more dense and more bendable in that sense, which is actually not strong in the other sense, So we had this long explanation of what that means and, would you make a ring out of it? Well, yeah, it's not stronger than it's just easier to bend.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's really interesting when you kind of get into the technical aspects of it, why it's different and why it's got those, like the polishing even. I know Ani from Jewel Tool is going to come on later and talk about the polishing because that density of the powder is actually going to make it easier to polish. It's smoother on the surface. It enamels and solders, all of those things. And it's because of the density of the powder.
Yeah. No, I agree with that because even just tumbling it, you can tell it, the
Yeah,
difference.
it feels different and acts different. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I have a raffle to give away, right?
You do, and I have it. So she has a raffle prize here. So it's a full basic hand tool kit. Yeah. So how do you want to do this?
So what I thought I'd do is you have 10 students, you said, right?
Well, the one's not here, so they lose out. So we got 9 right now.
She's gonna be upset.
Yeah.
Okay, so we decided to just do this the easy way. I was originally gonna do this so hard, I was gonna ask them questions and all kinds of stuff, but I'm like, nah, it's just too hard. We got too many raffles and stuff we're giving away. So we're gonna make it easy. They're going to pick a number between 1 and 20. I'm going to write down the number. The closest to my number without going over wins. So they're just gonna shout out their numbers, okay? So
Okay.
let me get a number. Okay, I got a number. So go ahead. Number between 1 and 20.
They all said the same number at the same time. Okay, Carolee, Jan, Marianne, Kelly, 17, Heather, 9, Pamela, 10. Okay, you remember your number, ladies.
My number is 15. Closest to 15 without going over.
Heidi, I think. Oh no, it's over. Oh no, Marianne. Okay. Woo!
awesome.
Oh. All right, also take her fabulous prize. It's a whole toolkit.
Oh, my word.
So
Ew, that is so awesome.
Oh, I'm so glad you like it.
yeah, thanks to Clay Revolution.
And I hope you guys liked your goodie bags too. We had all kinds of stuff in there.
Yes, they do. And I know you already saw what Pamela did with her sticker on her cup.
And this.
Oh, and she's got her pin on.
Yeah.
And on her book.
Oh my gosh. Holy cow.
We're all
You
signed
got all kinds
out.
of stuff on it. So I will tell you something. I was kind of thinking of doing something, okay? At the events we go to, like we're going to be at MCAS, we're going to be at Center in the UK, we'll be in Tucson next year, right? If we see you wearing your swag, we're definitely going to give you something.
Awesome.
So, there's your little hit, you know, wear your swag when you go to the big events.
Yeah.
I always look too. It's funny if you've ever looked at like Francesca when she teaches or Gwen. Gwen always has a Clay Revolution button on. I'm like, I love you.
Yep, I got mine on my apron. I like how Robert got the neck tattoo in his video.
Robert's such a crazy guy. He actually, a long time, well, I'm gonna get way off subject, but a long time ago, Robert was wearing a Clay Revolution pin in his video, in one of the videos he made. And I said something to him like, oh, you got my pin on. He's like, what are you talking about? I'm like, my pin, my company, Clay Revolution. He's like, oh, I didn't even know what that was. It's like I just like the pin.
Oh, that's awesome. He's a
I
hoot.
can't hear you.
Wow.
You need to tell me something? Robert, you're in the chat. Oh my gosh. Robert's in the chat. He's listening to us.
We're talking about you, Robert.
We always talk about you.
Just don't talk about
okay.
me or anything to do with fire.
No, don't tempt us.
Oh.
One of these.
Yeah, I see Robert now. As expected, fire.
Yes, exactly. Oh, there's stories. If only we could tell all the stories.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Now I'm gonna have to tell everyone in the studio off camera.
Exactly. Yeah. This is insider instructor crazy stories after you get off work kind of story.
Oh, Robert says he has the video queued. Yeah, thanks, Robert. He watches it for his entertainment.
Exactly. Now I'm gonna have to tell all of them.
Oh yeah.
We
That's out
love
of the
you,
bag.
Stephanie.
Love you too.
And I want to say congratulations to all you guys. Your projects look fantastic. And thank you for joining us today. And if you ever need anything, let us know. Let Stephanie know. She is there to show you whatever you need, I'm sure.
Awesome. We'll take pictures and send you finished product pictures. So.
Awesome. Okay. Thank you. And good luck with your thing tomorrow morning. Okay.
Thanks.
Bye.
See ya. Bye. All right. Okay. Oh.
Okay. I'm back.
I would hope so.
Okay.
Didn't really
supposed to take
leave.
me.
So
So we're gonna turn this
Stephanie
down a little so it
has a
doesn't
really
leave.
funny story, which I can't tell you till we're off camera. Great. Great. It happened after MCAS. Okay. So everybody seems to be doing pretty good. Everybody doing good? You guys look all calm now.
Well, we've been fed.
Yes, you're fed, you're calm, sitting down, chilling out a little bit. Okay, so I just need to look at my time. Let's see. 1 o'clock, I need a raffle, so I got a half hour, no
What are you raffling
problem.
next?
Oh, no, that's not what that means. I'm sorry. Oh, yeah, no, I'm good. 1 o'clock classroom. So I'm ahead of schedule. I'm ahead of schedule. So I am going to jump a little bit then and show, because, oh no, they're eating. They're eating. I'll answer questions. That sounds like a good idea. You have a crack case. Hey. Yes. Yep. So, well, we only got a couple people eating still. What's everybody want to do? You guys want to get your next instruction or you want to kind of recover from what you're doing? I'm early, so I can do either. Everybody want to keep working?
How long?
Before get fired.
Oh, I'm gonna hit that when we get to that point, because I'm gonna say that on camera, okay? Because it's an important thing to talk about the drying and how hot and all that stuff.
Yeah.
So I'll hit that when we get on camera for that, okay? Okay, well, I guess I'll go get my piece and start getting ready a little bit. So if you want to just go slide off a while, that'll probably work.
Looking inside the camera right now, but that was funny. It was like, there's the low camera here.
Okay, is my mic on? I'm on. Okie dokie. Got it. So, I am gonna start talking about how to make some of the connections, do the veil, that kind of stuff. And it's basically the finish work of the piece, okay? So, yeah, go ahead. Okay, gang, can I get your attention?
No.
Okay, so most of this stuff, hey, Robin, can I get your attention over there? So what we're gonna do is make the connection, make the nest that I was talking about, connect the pieces together, and then make the bail and the bottom loop, okay? Your bail and your bottom loop, you could do this any way you want to, okay? So as I'm talking, you can kind of think through what you want to do with it. Now, you've got water paste in front of you, okay? You can you could make your own paste for doing this. You don't need to use special water paste for this, okay? I'm gonna use it because we have it. So I'm going to have a little bit of water handy. My brush needs to be just a little bit damp, just so that it's kind of sticky, I guess is the best way to explain it, okay? And now I'm gonna take my little trio here and figure out, oh my gosh, there it went. See that? When it nests perfectly, it just nests perfectly, okay? It might take you 5 minutes. It might do it the second you pick it up, like it just did that for me. I kind of don't want to move it because I'm really happy with it right now. But I will, to show you that you can find it again, okay? So you pick it up and you just kind of spin the pieces until you can kind of see the lay together, you know, like there is not too bad, but I don't love that as much as I liked that other one. So I'm going to play with it for a second again. Maybe, no, not quite. Now see, I can't find it again. I'm going to be very upset.
Like playing with a puzzle.
It is. It's just like playing with a puzzle. You just find that right spot. Okay, come on. Now see, I shouldn't have let it fall again. But it'll happen. Set it down. Nope. Nope. Oh, close. Oh. See? Even the teacher struggles. And you saw it was perfect that one time. It's not too bad. Oh, there we go.
Oh,
That's not too bad. There we go. Come on. Now I'm on camera and I can't get it.
Of course, when someone's watching.
Right. I'm like, come on, man. Oh, there. There we go. That's not too bad. Again, it's not, don't love it. I just kind of, oh, that's it. Okay. Yay. find another spot. Whatever is easy. Okay. Then you can flip it over, do some on the back side. This is also the time if you've got any of those like little cracky edges on a snake roll area or something like that. This is the time to fill that in with paste. Anything you see that you don't like. Okay. That's really it. You can do this as much or as little as you want. I'm going to go kind of on the short side of it just to make my time more efficient here. But you could continue to fill that in so that it's really structured under all of that. Okay. Back over. Yeah. Okay. Now, veil. And I'm gonna have to kind of wing this a little bit because it's not dry. But maybe it'll set up a little bit for me as I'm talking. So the next thing that you're gonna do after that dries, I want to get that piece out of there. Okay. There we go. The next thing that you're gonna do is a veil. Okay, so I'm gonna show you where the veil is. On this piece, it looked best for me to have this point at the top, which is where the veil would be, and then a loop between this piece and this piece. Okay, so I'm gonna zoom in a little bit there. Okay, so you can see that connection is actually between the front loop and the back loop, not really straight across. It's just twisted. Can you tell that?
Yeah, can you make it bigger on the screen? Isn't just the bar across those two?
Oh, you need the side running? You need the side running? No, not zoom in on me. Get rid of the. See if it, there you go.
Much better, thank you.
Okay,
Now can you zoom in just on the?
you can't zoom in.
Okay.
Yeah. So we've got 3 rings, right? And when you turn them sideways, you can see that this bottom connection, this bottom loop, we're going to call it, connects from the front piece to the back piece. Not because you can't go this way because it's not straight. You'll figure that out when you lay it down. If you try to lay a loop like this on the bottom of here, you'll realize you can't because you'll be crooked. Okay, that's why it goes from the front to the back. Okay, you guys can all come up here and get a close look at it if you want to. It's easier when you do it, you'll see what I mean. When you try to make like a U on the bottom, you'll realize it's crooked because your piece is not a flat piece. Your piece has dimension. It's got an angle, right? And so that's why you can't lay it just flat like a U. Okay, so you're gonna lay it from the front to the back. It should be, I don't know why the ring was on. I thought I took it off. Oh, okay. Okay. See?
Oh, that's
Okay.
the bottom.
You know what? Can you hang on, guys, going back. Turn this one. We're gonna do another camera. I'm gonna get really close. It will make sense.
That's
believe
good.
me. When you see your piece, it will make sense. Okay? So your piece is from the side, it's not flat. That's the challenge, right? These things are at angles, okay? So that bottom loop to connect those chains on is actually from the top ring to the bottom ring. Make sense? Okay. So again, now I'm going to talk about the bail. So the bail is going to be on this ring primarily. If you turn it onto the back, it connects from the top ring to the ring under it. Okay? Yeah. Okay? You can kind of see the angle there, right? So, you can make any kind of bail you would like. You can make any kind of loop connection on the bottom that you would like. If you want to do a bail around a straw, like a flat one with a texture on it. If you want to do a perfect circular tube on the bottom to hang the chains from, you are welcome to make any kind you like. That's what I made for this. Okay? Okay. That's what I'm going to make for the bottom one that I'm going to do here. Okay? Okay. So, come on back down here. And hopefully this thing will be set up enough. Oh, so the first thing I have to do is figure out how I'm hanging it. I'm hanging mine this way. This is my bail up here. My loop's going to be down here. Okay? Okay. So keep that in your mind. Because if you connect the bail to the wrong place, you're not going to be happy. Okay. Get a nice piece of clay.
Pass that around.
Yes. Yes. Let me keep it for a few more minutes. I'll pass it. Okay. Make a little snake roll. And for my bail, I'm gonna give, I'm gonna call that 5 millimeters thick. I'm gonna give it a little bit of strength, okay? Because it's gonna hold all this chain under it for mine. And again, you don't have to do this exact design. You can use it for all kinds of things. Okay. There we go. Now, I'm using a guide. I use these when I'm trying to do something really weird, like this. So I use that instead of a coffee straw to wrap my bail around to keep the dimension, because it's light and it's not gonna like fall off the back of my piece, or I'm not gonna hit it accidentally and snap the bail right off the back of the piece while it's drying. Okay, so that's what I'm gonna use. How do I hang this? Oh! That's the top. Okay, so my bail is gonna go from here to here. Everybody see that? Okay. Some water. Get that clay to open up just a little bit. And I'm gonna take that thing, put it on top of there, set it right down in there, and just use my fingers to gently press that into place for a second. So it stays in shape, basically, right? Then cut it. So I don't have all this extra overhang. Come on. That was my
first-
remarks. I told you he was spilling stuff, didn't I?
Oh, pick up the coat. It wasn't there.
You know we love you, Michael. We're just teasing you. Okay, so I'm tapping it. You can see I'm using water, right? I'm tapping it into place.
And this is gonna be the front. This is the front, right?
No, this is the back. This is the bail. The bail on the back, right? Okay. So now I've kind of got it laying down where I want it to lay. And now I'm gonna blend that bail. This one's a little harder to see and I can't pick it up. Try to hit that angle for me. I don't know if we can get there, but we'll try. A little bit. So I'm blending that bail into that piece. Oops. No. Okay. Blending it onto the back piece. And then after I get that thing blended, I'm gonna let it dry. Oh, make sure it's straight then, because this thing has so many odd angles that your eye will start thinking that the bail is supposed to be going this way. And then when you look at it straight down, you're like, oh, wait, no, it doesn't do that. So look at it a couple times before you let it set up. What happened over there?
No.
We don't even want to know. We don't even want to know what's going on over there. Okay.
Cindy did it.
So yeah, Cindy and Michael are at the same table. We should have thought about that before we sat everybody down.
About that.
Yeah, assign seating next time. Okay. I'm joking. Don't tease me. Okay, so then look at it straight up and down. Come on back this way. And when you do, you'll see that mine's crooked. Okay. Try to straighten it out. There we go. Got it. And I'm gonna let that dry. Okay. Okay, come on up. So that one is trickier than the second one. Okay. That one is tricky because you're going from the top loop to the bottom loop, right? And you're trying to get it to lay right. And you got to really get a solid connection because it's a bail. It's going to have quite a bit of weight hanging from it, right? So set that up before you go back. When you go back and you take the thing out, you can add more paste in there, right? You can make sure it's more structurally sound at that point once it's set, okay? Okay. The join between the two bottom loops is not a big deal, right? Now you just roll a little snake roll and now you can see kind of what I was talking about. It just goes from this one to this one. That's it. That's all you do is make a loop from there to there, and that's where you're going to hang these bottom chains from if you want to do this. Okay? Or you could hang beads from it. You could do anything you want, right? And you don't even have to put one on the bottom like that if you don't want to. If you just want to wear it this way, right? Without all this. Okay? Okay. I'm going to give you your last couple things because that's kind of the end of the clay aspect of today. Okay? So put your bail on, put your bottom loop on. I'm getting too close to the camera. Put your bail on, put your bottom loop on, and then you can put some decorations on it if you want to. Okay? I forgot to even talk about what this necklace is. This is the Algerian Love Knot necklace, which Vesper wore in the Casino Royale James Bond movie. That's why we're making it. Okay. So in the one that she wore, there were like little curly, snaky looking things all over it and all kinds of stuff. the one of these two, I don't remember, I put little tiny hearts on it, you know, so you could put all kinds of little things on it that you want to put on it, whatever you want to do. The rule is it's got to be dry to fire it by, let's go with 2 o'clock at the latest. So I'm going to give you a deadline of 1:30. How about that? Because it's, oh no, it's 1 o'clock now. I'll give you 2 o'clock. Okay. It's got to be totally bone dry at 2, which means you stop working on it at 11:30, at 1:30. Okay. 1:45 maybe. Okay. Okay. So go ahead, get to work on that. If you have questions, tell me. Make sure it's connected nice and good. Lots of paste. Lots of paste is the key. Okay. Lindsay is here to help. We're going to kind of check your work a little bit as you go. Okay. Because now we got to make sure everything works. Refining happens before firing, right? You can refine it. We had a student over here already doing burnishing, which was pretty cool. This because, and I've said it a couple of times, but the powder is much more dense. It's a fine powder. You can burnish these like you can't believe. I have a piece that I burnished the back of this clay. It looks like actually a piece of sheet metal. It is unbelievable. It's crazy. So burnish to your heart's content if you want to burnish before it fires. Okay.
What are you burnishing with?
You can use pretty much anything. She was using a specific tool out of a toolkit that she bought here, but you can use like these are what we were selling. These are, you can use the side of this, Yes. Trying to think what else in your kit. If you need a big flat surface, you could even use the end of the rubber tip sculptor, this thing. Okay. Okay. Okay, so you're going to refine, you're going to make sure everything's connected nice and neat, and you're going to dry. Now I will talk about drying because I had a student ask, how long does it dry? And that actually brings up kind of a deeper question. So I'm going to talk about that a little bit. This clay, because it has a longer working time, has a longer drying time. Okay, so the little thing that I found, and you'll have to play with it if you don't have temperatures. Okay, I have a skillet. It's like a pancake skillet thing, and it's got like low to 10 on it. I figured out that 1 is about 100 degrees, 2 is about 200 degrees, 3 is about 300 degrees. Okay, that's kind of what I figured out. I start my pieces out at about 100, and I let them, I'm going to call it firm up at 100. Okay, now, so the reason that I bring that up is if you're doing a flat piece and you want it to stay flat, you don't want warping, right? Put them on the skillet at 100, flip it almost immediately. That's okay. Everybody just knows, everybody in the world just knows that Betty's getting a phone call.
Rarely ever do.
So you put it on there, you barely let it start to skin, okay? Just to the point where it's just not tacky. That's all. Flip it over while it's still very wet. That's going to give a dry surface on one side. That side now goes down on a Teflon, right? So it won't stick because it's kind of dry. It's got like a dry skin, you know? So it won't stick on the Teflon at all, okay? Then you tap it down if it did warp at all at that point. Do exactly the same thing. Let the other side just barely start to skin dry. Flip it over again, tap it down. Now you're good to go. It won't curl again, okay? So you get a skin on it, flip it over, get a skin on it again, flip it over again, tap it down, you're good to go, okay? Especially for thicker pieces, like this is a kind of a thick piece, right? I dry it at 100 for, I don't know, on a thick piece, 20 minutes at least, you know? Then I turn it up to about 300. before I put it in a kiln. That ensures that my binder really dried all the way. So I leave it at 300 for, I don't know, maybe 15 minutes, 10, 15 minutes. Okay. The warping is the thing that people have had the most challenge with. You really, if you use that where it's not even dry. You don't want it to dry. I don't know how to say it besides to say it gets a skin. Let it get a skin, flip it over, tap it down. Okay? And then it won't come back after you've done both sides like that. Okay? And that actually, since we're talking about that, I'm going to talk about a really crazy important thing that we did learn. Okay? It was a little bit unique. I don't know if it happens on any of the other clays, but it didn't happen on PMC, which is why I'm bringing it up. Okay? We had 2 people run into the same exact problem, and it was because they use a particular product. Freezer paper. Don't use freezer paper with our clay. Okay? It was crazy. I was shocked, but it did not work. And it was very clear that it did not work. So some people use freezer paper instead of Teflon or like the transparencies, anything like that. Okay? What was happening was the first thing was the clay would stick, right? While it's wet, it would stick. And then the freezer paper on top of the stick, because you know how like sometimes if your clay's too wet and it sticks to your Teflon, it doesn't like to, it's not able to shrink freely, and you can get a warp or you can get a curl or you can get it even it'll stick somewhere and crack, right? So if it's really sticky and it'll stick to your Teflon, it doesn't shrink naturally. The paper caused us serious problems with it. The paper was sucking up the water in the clay, plus not letting it shrink, not letting it move. Okay? So we got cracks all along the edges of our pieces. Okay? So saw it happen twice. So be very careful about that. For us, it was one person used the freezer paper instead of like a Teflon or a transparency sheet. The other person was using the freezer paper around ring mandrels to protect the ring mandrel. Okay, so make sure your clay doesn't stick to whatever it is that you're rolling on. Okay.
The ring
Plastic, you can use Teflon even. You can use any of that stuff. I personally, I use washi tape. Washi tape. It's that tape that you see in the craft store that's usually got printing all over it and, you know, little silly things. Or you could use blue tape. Blue tape works too,
I
right?
used priority mail stickers. I used the backing sheet of that.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah, that's work.
Super slick.
Yes.
You might get a tiny little seam line, which you can totally rub out, but that stuff looks
Yeah.
like a dream.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. So you guys are going to work through that. What time am I at and what time do I have to do a thing? Let's see. Join and refine. I'm going to do a raffle at 1:45. So I got a half hour before that happens. Online people, 1:45. You're not going to want to miss this one. This is a good one. And it's coming from Canada. That's the only hint I can give you. Okay, and then we'll do the fire polish at 2:30. So we've got some time again, I think. I've got about a half hour. I'm going to put this piece up to dry. So why don't we go to the students for a few minutes and just let me gather my stuff back and then I'll come back and answer some questions. Sound good? Yay. Okay. I've got till 1:45 before I have to do anything else. So yeah, we got some time. Let's answer some questions. Okay. You read me the questions.
Tell me about the shrink.
Donnell. Yes, shrinkage. Okay. So shrinkage is always a bad thing.
That's the way to make.
Is there a best way to make the rings with the shrinkage? I don't think that there's a specific on that. Because you're gonna get, it's not like they're gonna shrink together tighter necessarily. The whole thing will shrink consistently. So I don't think there's a specific, shrinkage relation for this project. I wouldn't say that matters. I think the biggest difference with this project is if you like fine loops, you know, that have more space in between them, or if you like heavier loops that are denser. I don't have my drawing piece over here, but as an example, this piece, I would say it's a heavier loop, more dense looking, you know, so you're gonna get, fatter loops. Make sense? I hope so. Okay, I will talk about the shrinkage a bit though, because that is one of the biggest things that everybody is noticing, especially in the forums and stuff, right? So let's talk about that. Our clays, each one is a little bit different, but our ranges, I think, are 20 to 26 is our highest, okay? And, you know, you could, if you wanted to make a nice, just even, what do I really expect? Go for the 23, 24, okay? Now, that is wet to fired, okay? And I'm being really specific. That is wet out of the package to fired. So if you roll your clay, and I want to go into this because everybody tests differently. And these tests that everybody does, and I adore everybody that does them because I'm a total techie geek and I love the data, okay? But it's really important to understand that these tests are not specific data, okay? So if you, I'm going to give you an example. If you take the clay out of the bag, take your depth gauges, roll it out, cut a 1-inch template circle, okay, with a fine awl, and then you fire it immediately. Just let it dry, fire it. Don't do any refining to it. Don't do any of that. If you measure it and you measure from this side to this side, you're going to get one measurement. And if you measure this side to this side, you're going to get a different measurement. Now, why is that? Right? I got the attention of some of the people in here. They're paying attention now. Okay. It's because of the nature of the material. It doesn't shrink evenly. It doesn't shrink consistently. Okay. Our numbers are averages and rounded because you literally can't do that. Now, there are different ways to do that. When we came up with our numbers, we ran different shapes, different thicknesses, multiples of the same exact thing, averages, right? And that's, and then you have to place it in exactly the same spot in the same kiln, okay? Because if you place one of them in the middle of the kiln and the other one at the side of the kiln, it's going to be different. Yes, I got techie and weird on you. But it's important. It's important to understand that. When somebody says 24%, it's not 24%. It's 24.6. And tomorrow it's 23.8. Okay? So that's really important to understand. So then the next part of it, the wet to dry. Not all of the clays are reporting shrinkage the same way. We are reporting wet to dry. It's completely transparent. If you roll it out and it's 1 inch and then you measure when it's fired, that is our shrinkage range. Okay? So it's got a higher shrinkage than PMC. It's got a higher shrinkage than art clay. But we're right in line with everybody else. Okay? with more density. I'm gonna put that one in there. So that's your shrinkage. Now, I have not found anything besides rings that you really have to adjust too much for, okay? The only time you'll start noticing, oh, and glass. Glass work is one of them too. Michael's sitting right here, so we know that because we've been playing with it a lot. So if you're wrapping your glass work tightly, you can have a problem because you've got that shrinkage happening. So if you do a lot of glass work, adjust for your shrinkage so that you can start to figure out what that amount is that you need to use, okay? Anything that you do consistently, now that you're using a new clay, those are the things that you're gonna wanna play with a little bit before you just jump in, okay?
Which is the preferred clay to mix with glass?
To mix, like integrated enamel.
No,
No.
like dichroic glass.
Oh, just to set with glass.
Cabochon.
Gotcha. Okay. The question was, which is the clay to use with glass? Okay. And you could use the Project X 999 or the 999 Flex very easily. You can use, if I remember right, Martha, this is a good question for you. The high fire method on the glass, the slump method. Can we do a 960 that fires at 1600? No. Okay, so yeah, you're gonna want to stick with the 999s on your glass.
So the 999, what is that firing at?
It has a range. That's what makes it usable.
So it has a low range and a high range?
Exactly. Yeah, you can fire the 999 anywhere between 1100 and 1650. Okay, and you just adjust your time accordingly.
So the flex, can you put the gemstones?
Yeah, the question was, can you put gemstones in with the flex like CZs?
Yes.
By firing? Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. Next question. Oh, perfect. There you go. See, you guys are reading each other's minds. That's it for right now. Do you guys online have any more questions for me? No? Oh, here's one. Gotcha, rings. I use 960 Flex for my rings now, okay? I like 960 metal because it is stronger. It actually will work harden. It's not going to ding and dent as much, okay? It still has the easier firing options. It fires open shelf. It fires at 1600 for an hour open shelf. So it's nice and easy to use. And it's going to be stronger, more durable. Oh, I'm sorry. The interlocking rings on the pendant. I am using standard 999 today. You could absolutely use the 999 Flex to do this project. Actually, you could use any of them to do this project. Yep. Okay. Bamboo in 960. I don't know anything about that. Let's see. You can't bamboo sterling. I know that.
Yeah, that's right.
Right.
You have to,
You gotta deplete the silver.
deplete it.
Yes. So knowing a little bit about that, very, very, very little, I'm gonna say. Okay. Maybe if you do an anneal, and basically a high temp deplete that silver a little bit in your 960. I think you probably could bamboo that. Anybody know if you can bamboo argentium?
I haven't tried it.
Deplete.
It's a good question.
Yeah. I'm just not positive.
Deplete the silver as much of it.
Exactly. Yeah, that's why I'm thinking that's gonna be a yes. I'm thinking that you could bamboo 960, but I have not tried that. If anybody tries that, tell us. She's doing it today on 960? Awesome. Okay, so Holly Cromwell's gonna have that answer for us. Okay, any other questions? Yes, for this project today, we're using the 999 standard, but you could use Flex if you wanted to. not have any problem with that. Okay. That's most of them. Okay.
You'll be writing a book about it.
Will I be writing a book about Project X? Is my question. Oh, a movie. Yes, that's what we're gonna do, a movie. Yes, with Bond. We'll make a whole Bond. Yes. Yes, you'll be Bond girls. And villains. We got a couple villains. We got one villain. Where's the other villain?
Well, I'm a villain. I need a white cat. I need a white cat to stroke.
Oh.
Yes, Carrie. No, Carrie, I need you to die.
It's wet, but how about that?
Yes, I like that idea. A Bond movie with all Bond girls. Yeah. We're gonna have to get him to come, I think. I don't know how I'm gonna do that. Yeah, Tucson, maybe. Isn't he awesome? Okay, so if he's watching, his name is, are you ready?
Yeah,
James
no way.
Taggart.
Okay.
But his name is really James, which is awesome too. Isn't he amazing? I found him on Cameo. Cameo is a website that you can hire actors and actresses, okay? You can hire, like, you know what was my second choice?
Oh.
I got it.
Now, once
What the heck? What the heck is his first name? Tommy Chong. That was another choice I had. I was like, and like the real Tommy Chong. You can hire actors and actresses on Cameo, okay? And
something on him talking.
really, yeah, I'm sure that's how they hired him. It's hysterical. You basically can hire anybody that has been out for hire, right? I had another one too as well. There is a really, really very funny Tom Cruise impersonator. Hilarious guy. So anyway, we find James Taggart and we interviewed him. I don't know, it's been 6 months ago. We came up with the whole marketing plan for Project X. And it was funny because we're interviewing him on Zoom, and the whole time we're interviewing him, I'm like, every once in a while I look at the screen and forget that it's not Daniel Craig.
So this is an impersonator.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yes. Good pause. Yes, he's a Daniel Craig impersonator. His name is James Taggart. So, and he's funny. He's so funny to work with. He just comes up with all these little things and he winks, and does the whole thing. It's awesome. He was a huge flirt. Yes. So the other thing that I don't know if you guys noticed, since I'm just gabbing for a little while, did you guys see all the memes with the artists in them? Okay. So when you get a chance, and we'll keep releasing them on advertising and stuff like that, but if you get a chance, go on the website on the Project X page and look at the memes. They're going to flash across the screen. They're ridiculous. Okay. Oh, can you pull up and do a screen share from that since we have time? Okay, try to see if you can get to the right page first. You're going to go to the website and search Project X, and you're looking for a technical guide page, if I remember right. Okay. We'll pull those up because you guys will laugh. They're ridiculous. Okay. While he's doing that, see if we can figure out how to share that stuff with you. Yes, we had a lot of fun filming the Bond commercials. We've got more commercials coming out that are even funnier. There's just even writing the skits for him to say was a ton of fun. Did you help him get to the right page? What is this? Okay. It's fancy. We got.
Now they're trying to do Facebook drops and they drop me crazy.
None of it is PMC3. That's all Project X.
Right. But what grades did we send from Max 16?
It's all linen.
It's all.
Yeah. I don't
So
think
it-
those are. You
So-
know. Tell her the big one is the one that's Project X that I want her to do on camera.
Okay.
Okay. Sorry. Sorry. Okay. The means. They're gonna flash across the top of the screen. You see them?
So which one of these? That's the wrong.
Go back up to search.
Search and.
We're working on it. We're working on it. But hey, everybody got sleepy here. It's kind of nice. It's not nice. They're all quiet. I like it. Okay. I need to think of something interesting to do. So how about I start talking about what this raffle is going to be? 145. Okay. Online raffle. I don't have the sample that I can show you, but you can even go online and look for it. So, how many of you out there know Metal Clay Alchemist up in Canada? Everybody? Everybody? Yeah? So, Metal Clay Alchemist is one of our distributors now, and they got their clay I think maybe a week ago, maybe if we're lucky. And she absolutely wanted to be part of this wonderful thing, and we couldn't get her into the thing because we just didn't have any more time slots left. So, Carrie, I'm really sorry we couldn't get you into the thing because we didn't have time slots left. But, oh, side note, before I even tell you what this cool thing is, Carrie Steele and Carrie Story. I cannot tell you how many times we've gotten each other's emails because people send us emails to the wrong person. There's things I've read, I'm like, what is this about? You know, and I know she gets the same stuff. It's ridiculous. Carrie Steele, Carrie Story. So anyway, and in the metal clay world, right? Pretty weird. So you got some? Okay, so let me tell them what this raffle is going to be in a few minutes, and then we're going to show you the memes to make you laugh. So Carrie Steele with Metal Clay Alchemist is giving each day. So we got 2. So today online, she's raffling off 6 templates. It's a set of 6 templates. So she will be sending you those directly online, people. Okay. So, okay, let's pull up these memes. Hopefully this will make you guys laugh. I don't see it. Oh, there they are. Okay, we got Stephanie. This is Donna Penoyer. You guys know Donna Penoyer? Oh, you know what? Can you click backwards on those little things so that they stay up for? There we go. Okay, that's Donna Penoyer. I laughed because I could not believe that picture. Oh, that's cute. Moment with touch of clay with no drag. Next one is our Michael Mark. Incredible connections, and nobody knows joints like Michael Marks. Oh, I love this. Is Anne Marie Clapp. She's the one that does those teeny tiny little flowers, right? So I add kids. These are the metalsmiths. Francesca. We've got Deb Mauser over back. You know, I know. Get back. Okay. These are the metalsmiths. We've got Francesca, Eva Sherman, Deb Mauser, Gwen Youngblood, and Melissa Muir. We laughed because they always were. I thought that was kind of funny. But I could not put anybody else's picture on that one but mine because it was a little too risque. Oop. We lost it. It never mind. It's too late. Okay, so we'll come back and we'll do that again at some point. There's another one about a baby's butt. Okay. So we're gonna do this raffle, okay? I need a piece of paper. Here we go. This is for the Metal Clay Alchemist template set. Okay, and again, Bonnie is going to connect with you, okay? So here's your countdown. Don't start entering numbers yet. How many people we got online? 95. Are you ready? I'm going to guess a number between 1 and 150. And the first person to get close to that number without going over is going to win the template set. Okay? So enter your number in the chat. Chat is bottom right of your screen. Enter your number there. Bonnie's going to look through in a couple minutes here and give us that answer. Whoever gets closest without going over. Number between 100 and 150. Okay? After, only enter once. Okay? After we pick the winner, I'll announce it on the camera. You need to get back on that chat with Bonnie so that she gets your contact information so we can get it to you. Okay? Okay. This is a template set from Metal Clay Alchemist. Go ahead. Enter your number. Okay. Yes. Okay. There's my number. Okay. So, what do we got left here? We should be, you guys should have your pieces on final dry. Put them up there. I want them in the kiln at 2, which means it's 1:45. Final dry. Nobody moved.
You said what?
I said final dry. I'm putting them in the kiln at 2, which means they need to be up there now. They do. Okay. And we want to crank that up. Okay. So you guys remember I said if it's kind of a thick piece, I like to crank those up to about 300 for a few minutes. Really make sure they get dry. Okay.
All right. I'll put them all over. I don't.
Okay, so you got a winner? Okie dokie, we got a winner. Who's the winner? I don't know if you heard that. Cathy Jo Wheeler, you're the winner. Yay! Yay! So hopefully she writes back very quickly. So Cathy Jo, you're gonna get a package directly from Metal Clay Alchemist in Canada with those templates. Yay, congratulations. Okay, with that, I'm still looking. There's no more paste. No more paste. Okay. I'm going to do another classroom raffle. Yay! Yay! Let me grab some. That's good. Okay. I'm gonna do 2 raffles. How about that? 2 raffles? Okay. We're gonna do 2 raffles in the class. Take a pen. Okay, raffle number 1. A Rio tote bag. Yay! Someday I will tell you the funniest damn story about, well, we can't even see it online. You know what? I'll just tell you the story real quick. So, Tucson this year, I had about a dozen of these to raffle away. So we start raffling away and everybody starts laughing and Robert Lopez gets out of control. And who met Laura from Rubbers at the last symposium? Okay. Laura gets out of control. Laura and Robert out of control are
Really out of
ridiculous.
control.
Okay. And Laura wins. No, Robert wins the tote bag. Robert starts dancing around this whole big party room with the tote bag on his head. Okay. Told you it was out of control. So he gets back to the table. Laura's upset that she didn't win the tote bag. And she's, I wanted the tote bag, right? So Robert autographs the tote bag for Laura. Okay. And then we have this video of Laura Scott from Rubbers. We were all in tears. He was there. We were in tears for a half hour because they were just over the top. If you ever get a chance to hang out with the two of them in the same room, be very careful. Okay, we're gonna raffle off this wonderful Rio Grande tote bag. Okay, are you ready? You're gonna pick a number between 1 and 20. Are you ready? Number between 1 and 20.
18.
I already have 3.
Yeah.
3 Rio Grande
Oh,
tote bags.
gotcha.
20 on the round.
I'm like, what?
13.
Between, it doesn't matter. Pick one. Martha. 3. Yay!
You want me to sign it for you? Carrie, you got a Sharpie?
I'm sure. Michael's gonna autograph it for her.
I promise I won't go crazy.
Okay, we're doing it again. This is even better. So our wonderful Kim gave us a handful of these things to raffle off today too. Okay, so this is a really cool one. This the like flowers. I don't know what you call that design, but it's design all the time. Yes. Okay, these are fantastic. Are you ready? Let's see. Okay. Between 1 and 30. Oh, you don't want it.
20. 18. Now that's absolutely.
1 and 30?
Yes.
13.
Oh, there was a 13 already.
3.
2. What's the first?
1 and 30.
25.
Martha, number between 1 and 30. 9, Natasha. Okay. Okay. So, it was Natasha. Okie dokie. So, we're going to come back to what we were doing.
Keep picking my birthday number. 13.
Okay, it is 1:50 and I am right on track. Okay,
Longer
so,
for the kiln, 10 more minutes in the dryer, or we're in the kiln now? I haven't touched it.
I'm gonna talk about it, yeah. So I'm gonna get them and put them in the kiln as I talk about it. So yes, they need to be up there. Okay, everybody, can I get your attention? Okay, all the pieces are on the dryer? On the dryer.
We're fine.
And if you, unless you don't want me to fire it, okay? Everything? Lindsay? Okay. This one, I need that on the dryer. Has to be on the dryer right now.
Right now.
Right now. Those of you teachers out there, you know what I'm doing here. Right now. Like now. Like stand up and put it up there. Yes, I'm going to put them in the kiln now. Yes. Like you get two choices. I don't fire it or you put it up there. Okay, but I think we got it. I think I finally got them all gonna go up there. Luckily, you can't see me yelling. Okay, so I think I finally got them all to put them up there, right?
Which came first? Or the marketing?
Huh?
On the dryer.
Guys, everything needs to be on the dryer, not in your hands, not at your workstations, nowhere else. On the dryer.
Stick them on. I didn't stick them on.
We didn't hear you. Did you say that again?
Got it. Okay.
Who wants a
So-
phone for girl?
So I'm going to talk about the firing of this piece. Okay, so it's very important. So I'm trying to wrangle these guys because they're like all over the place. Are you guys ready to hear about the firing of this piece?
Yeah.
Yes, I know that you are, right? I'm like, what? Okay.
Aren't
Okay,
listening to me.
so- Gotcha. Okay, so we're gonna fire this differently than a lot of the pieces that I tend to fire. A lot of times I use fiber blanket, or I just put it on the shelf. This particular piece, I'm gonna use vermiculite for, so we're gonna talk about that a little bit. You could use fiber blanket. There's nothing wrong with it. It's just a little harder to get into the dimensions that you want it to be in. Okay, but you could absolutely do it. You could use that sand stuff. I don't remember the name of that crazy sand stuff.
So it's pure white silica sand.
Silica sand.
It's from an
That's it.
aquarium supply shop.
Yeah, silica sand. You could use that. Okay. You could fire it flat. It shouldn't slump too much, but it'll slump a little bit. Okay. So I'm going to show you what I'm going to do with this today. So come on down here, and I'm going to show you the vermiculite that I bought. Okay, so this is vermiculite, which comes in a big bag at the garden store. It's not fancy. You're gonna buy a giant bag of it and you're gonna use a little bit of it. So share it with your other metal clay friends or use it in your garden. Yes,
Do
you have a
to
question?
use a steel pan or can you use?
No,
a
you can
ceramic?
use ceramic pan. I'm gonna use a steel, okay? But I'll talk about that. So I'm just laying this in there. It doesn't have to really have any particular depth to it at all. It has nothing to do with the firing aspect. All it's doing is supporting. That's all it's doing. Okay? So that's why it's in here. Now, I'm gonna lay my pieces in here. I need a piece, Lindsay. Any piece, I need a piece. Actually, pick my piece, because my piece didn't even get done. Ah. I'm gonna lay the piece in here, and I don't want to like wedge it or pack it into this. The idea is just so that the vermiculite is under, you know, those rings, as you notice, they're at angles, right? I'm trying to do this from the side on the camera. There. They lay at angles instead of laying flat onto the table. They're gonna lay up, okay? So what you got to do is you want to have support under those so that they don't slump down, because it's really cool to have all that dimension. Okay. So let me get this out of there. Oh, it's hot. Okay. So the way that I'm going to do this, I'm going to put the bail down. I got a big old monster crack in there that I've got to fix. So I'm probably not going to fire my own piece. That'll save us space in the box anyway. So I'm going to lay it in the vermiculite and just kind of nest it. That's the best way I can explain it. Nest it a little bit, and then do you see how much this one is sticking up? I can put my finger all the way under that one. That's where I'm just going to fill that in a little bit. Okay. You don't want to pack this center tight with vermiculite because it can't shrink. The vermiculite will compress just a little bit, but not much. So you don't want to stop the piece from shrinking. You just want to nest up under those rings to keep them from slumping down. Okay. So that's how you're going to fire it. Now the pan, we had a question about whether or not you could use a ceramic pan. You absolutely can. I don't teach with them because I can't take them in and out of the kiln while they're hot. They will shatter, right? So I teach with the metal pans because I can take this in, put another one in, just pop them in and out of there. I don't need to worry about it, okay? That's why I teach with these. But yes, you can absolutely use ceramic for this. You can use crucibles. You can use anything like that. A lot of people use the flower pot bottom things, you know, the little thing that you set a flower pot in. Like, terracotta. Yes, yes, yep. Okay, so.
Can I speak to the
Yes.
terracotta thing though?
Yes,
I've had several explode. So
Yes.
you need to fire it with
Yeah.
nothing in it slowly the first few times, because while they were fired when they were manufactured, they're not used to, they fired at a ceramic rate, not a full tilt film rate. So it's better to ramp those much more slowly
Yeah.
using the terracotta ones. I literally was firing, heard a
pop, yep,
pop.
yep.
There was a puff of smoke around my kiln door.
Yep.
I finished the firing and I opened it up and it was in 4 pieces with vermiculite everywhere.
I know. That honestly, it's why I stick with this. I mean, I like the ceramic. I got ceramic shelves. I fire everything I can in the steel.
Is it a little like cooking?
Yeah,
Yes, it's just stainless steel cooking steamer pan.
Michael Galvin posted a link to the best quality ones of those that are not ridiculously expensive.
They're not too bad.
They're not
Yeah.
too bad. They're like 15 or 16 bucks and they don't spall.
Yeah.
They don't flake. Yeah.
Oh, the question was, do I use a lid or not? Not with this. You don't need it. The only thing this box is doing is containing the vermiculite. And the only thing that the vermiculite is doing is helping support those rings.
Now, is the vermiculite with all of the project decks or specific?
No, it's just this design. That's it. Yeah. So each Project X clay, if you comparing them, it's going to have very, very, very similar characteristics to the PMC line. Okay. You've got the same firing schedule options, right? You've got the ability to fire it with different inclusions, right? You've got the different types of firing options, like setups. It's very similar in that sense. Yep. Okay.
So the vermiculite, and I'm sorry.
No, you're fine.
Again, so the vermiculite is more because of the support to the particular
Yes.
design that you're looking at, so that you're not having to use blankets and stuff.
Exactly.
It's in the.
Exactly. So the question was, the vermiculite, why is it the vermiculite? The vermiculite is what I chose to support the rings. You could use lots of different things. You can use fiber blanket, right? But with this many pieces, I was going to be having to like rip little pieces of blanket to try to get under the rings, you know, and have a whole bunch of it out. You can use the silica sand. That would work just fine instead of vermiculite. It's just, I just don't have any of that. I had vermiculite.
It's not.
No, it's not playground sand.
It's pure
Silica
white
sand.
Which is also
Yeah.
pure white quartz sand.
Okay.
Very important.
You could use,
This information's online with your product itself when we purchase it, isn't it?
and not this kind of detail. No. That's more general education and the firing types of information.
Okay.
And you'll see some of that detail in there. I've got a section on the website under the library that's like, I think it starts with what is metal clay?
Okay.
And it'll talk about how to fire, what kind of equipment you can use, you know, stuff like that. It's kind of in there. It probably won't go into that detail though. Okay. Okay, so I am going to get these popped into the kiln. When they're out, we're gonna polish. So you guys have a little bit of a break out there, okay? I might, 2 o'clock, I have a little break. So I will come back online and talk again. So I'm gonna close down online, but you guys actually get a break and we'll probably turn the mic off for a little while, let them kind of take a break from us too. Okay, so I'm gonna pop pieces into the kiln, so I'm gonna be running back and forth for a few minutes. Okay?
How long is the break?
Half hour.
I can get a coffee, a couple of.
Yes, you can get a coffee for sure. And we do have a little Keurig thing back there.
Okay.
If you want some. Okay, so online guys. So our next big thing is we've got at 3:15, Lana Stamper is going to join us from Mississippi. I will probably have pieces fired ready for polish before that. So I will probably come back and talk about the firing and polishing. So I'm gonna guess 2:45. I can probably manage to do that. So let's go with giving me a 15-minute break. So I know we've got a session going on right now, right? In the breakout room. Okay, so they're getting ready to start a session in the breakout room, so you guys online can watch that for a little while. I'll come back. Yeah, I'll come back like 2:20. We'll go with that. Okay? And I'll talk some more. I'll answer some more questions. Okay? Bye, guys. Go ahead and put it on the students and turn my mic off. And I'm going to crank through this. Okie dokie. Hello. Okay, we got a little bit of background noise because you should have seen that burn off. If you've seen burn off before, ooh, that kiln was crazy smoking. So we got a little smoke going on in here, so we got a little fan happening for a while, but almost cleared out. So I'll turn the fan off as soon as I can, I promise. But I have got the next new thing for you. We have another raffle. So, are you ready? Okay, we are going to, let me make sure, yes. Kim Wilson is here somewhere, but she's way up there shopping, digging through stones. So she can't hear me do this, but check this bad boy out. This is an exclusive. Is that, you know what? Oh, yeah, it's clear up there. Okay, there you go. Good. Okay, an exclusive. We don't even carry this one for design. Okay, so you're really gonna like this. If you haven't used these before, these guys that we carry, they're super deep. They're incredible textures. They have a ridiculous amount of detail to them. So we're gonna raffle off a Lincora exclusive design one. Okay. You said we had 91 people. So let's pick a number between 100 and 150 without going over. Okay. And the person closest to that number without going over wins. You're going to put it in the bottom right chat. Okay. Write your number in there. Enter one time. First person to pick it without going over wins. Bonnie's going to give you about 5 minutes, and then she's going to tell me who the winner is, and I'll come back and I'll tell you. Okay? So, number between 1 and 150 for an exclusive link for a texture mat. Okay? Oh, yes. Everybody's going. Okay. So, I need to do this. Okay. Got it. There goes. So, what I thought I might do with you guys online for a little while we're firing here and they're playing and shopping and all kinds of stuff. I thought I would, or what? No, just one. That was what I was giving you guys extra stuff. So, I'm just like digging around, finding things. I'm like, woo, yeah, let's raffle this. Oh, Cameron's here. Come in the camera. That one.
Hello, everybody. Hi. On these,
Awesome. So it's already over?
no, she's still going, but she made it
still
the piece is so shiny.
Okay.
It's
Is it amazing?
You could tell people.
That's what I was just gonna say. That's why I was asking what was happening.
There's like
Okay.
45.
Oh my goodness. Okay, so if you don't want to listen to me just be boring and answer questions, evidently Ani is over in the breakout room doing the jewel tool with our pieces. And Cameron said it was absolutely incredible, so you gotta see it. So I will not be hurt if you want to leave me and go over to the breakout room and watch Ani. I won't be upset. And I promise I won't say anything terribly important. And we will announce the winner anyway, and we'll put it in the chat so that we don't have to re-say it. Okay, so if you scroll back through the chat, it'll be there. So as soon as we get that, we'll put it, well, I'll say it. So if you're still on here, that's great. But we'll put it in the chat so that you know, okay? And what you're gonna wanna do is, after we announce that winner, you need to connect back on chat with Bonnie so that we know where to send that to. Okay, so make sure you do that, it's important. Okay, so, go ahead, cut me off. Oh, is she ready? It's time? Oh. Oh, I gotcha. Okay. Yeah, we're just trying to coordinate ourselves here. Everybody's up and wandering around. It's crazy. Okay.
Got nothing to do.
We got, we can't make anything. It's a baking place and we can't make anything.
Being smoked out.
It's getting clearer. Okay. So I think it'd probably be a good time to answer some questions. Do we still have enough in our section to answer questions, you think? Enough people? We still have 90 people in ours. Holy cow. Okay. Gotcha. Okay, so we got about half and half over there. Half with us and half with Ani. Okay, well, if you guys are interested in seeing the polishing that Ani is doing, she's talking a little bit about the difference of the finish of Project X versus the other clays. So that is kind of a thing, and she is the master to be able to show you that. So if you're interested in that aspect, you should definitely shoot over there and see her. We have a winner. Yes. Donnell Clark. Yay!
Very active in chat all day.
Oh, and Donnell's been with us all day. That is awesome. Congratulations, Donnell. So write Bonnie back over here, okay? Bonnie, can you write Donnell's name in the chat just in case she moved over into Ani's page? Yay! Congratulations, Donnell. Woohoo! So I can answer some questions. So what do we want to talk about? Let's see. Congratulations, Donnell. Yes. Who do we got that feels particularly chatty today? You know, let's talk about, let's see. I talked about connections. I talked about paste. I talked about rehydrating. Let's talk about why the clay is different and why we did it. How about that? And maybe that'll spark some questions. So feel free to ask me anything while we go through this, even if it's not related to what I'm talking about, okay? Because this is kind of your time, everybody online. So, and it's finally getting a little bit clearer in here, but hopefully you'll get it all cleared out in a few minutes and knock that noise down, okay? So, what we were looking for you know, I've been doing metal clay a really, really long time. I don't even want to say how long. I think I started my very first thing in 2007. Was the first time I ever touched the clay. Started making jewelry, you know, as a hobby to kind of sell a little bit here, there in 2008. So I've been through a lot of metal clays. I started as an art clay girl. I started with art clay. The first teacher I ever had taught me art clay, and I was used to that for a long time. I tried some other brands. I tried the Cody. I tried another one. Let's see. Another one I'm missing. She's looking at me like I don't know. Oh, I can't think of it. Anyway, there was another small brand I tried, and both of those were a little heavy, a little longer firing, right? Not torch firing. And so I didn't really see a need for those for what I was doing because I'm teaching, you know, and in teaching, you really got to have that fast clay that's versatile that you can use for this, you can use for that, you can adjust as you're teaching, right? So, so I kind of stuck with art clay for a while. Then I started talking to Mitsubishi about PMC and got my hands on PMC and actually started to play with the different versions, the different models, and that's really what started opening my eyes. It let me realize that different ones were going to be better for different things. You know, you've got some things that you really want flexibility for, working time for. You got other stuff, you just want to roll it out, dry that thing quick, get it in the kiln or torch fire it, right? So that's kind of my experience around the clays. I got very closely involved with Mitsubishi. I wrote the Camp PMC program and really got into the tech of the clay. With the base metal knowledge that I had, and then getting the tech knowledge on the silver, that's when I started really understanding how you build a good clay. Okay, it sounds crazy, but there's a lot to it. We have good teaching products, but we have 7 formulas, okay? And the formulas are not what you think they are. There is not a formula for our 999 clay. We have metal formulas and clay formulas, and then combined formulas. So that's why there's more formulas that everybody thinks it's not that simple. So our metal formulas are just as important as our clay formulas. They do different things. If your metal formula doesn't, is too sensitive or too grainy, okay? It can be too fine and it can be too grainy, right? And it can be too loosely structured and it can be too densely structured. The twos that, the either end of either one of those things is critical. If you make your metal too dense, it actually won't fire. It won't sinter. Which seems crazy. It seems like it'd be the best thing in the world, but it's not. So there are magic things that happen with that. And I say that like it's a crazy secret. It's more that the testing and the knowledge that comes with it. That's what we do. Okay, so we tested metal formulas for probably 3 months. And then once we had our metal formulas, then we started getting into our clay formulas. That's where when you get into the clay formulas, now you've got a base formula and you've got a flex formula and you've got a 960 and a 925 because now you got the copper added in that dries the clay out, There's all of these things, and then you've got the pastes, you got water paste and oil paste, and you got the syringes, right? There's a ton to all of that, and that's really why it took us so long to develop the whole thing. It was quite a bit of work, and I can credit Cameron for keeping my brain focused because there were days where, I didn't think I was gonna make it. Yeah, there was a ton to it. We went through pounds, I say that with a lot of financial pain, pounds and pounds of silver. So it was a lot of fun though. At the same time, we learned a lot. And once we finally got there, it feels great. I'm thrilled that we've got clays that do different things and we still have more in our heads. We've got a couple products that are sitting on the shelf waiting to get released. So I just can't tell you what they are. We're going to upgrade the base metals as well. And I want to release a low sprinkle very soon. It's got to happen. So it's a lot more work. So we needed to get the clay launched. We needed to get it out there, get it in everybody's hands, and then we'll keep working on adding more to it. So, you guys online are quiet. You got any questions for me? I'm talking to you guys. Nobody's talking.
I have a question.
Yes. Yes.
To look at the things, is somebody a chemist in this? Did you hire a chemist or what did you do?
We did.
That's like mind-boggling.
It is mind-boggling. What I've learned in this was just unreal. So I'm not a chemist, okay? I knew some things, right? But not full chemistry, but I had information, I had leads on which directions to go with stuff. So once we narrowed down some of the stuff, then we did outsource to some chemists to get some answers to some of the problems we were having. This, we would increase X and it would give us a great result this way, but it would cause a different problem this way, And so it was trying to figure out how to fix one problem without causing a different one. That's when we started hiring a chemist.
Currently manufacturing.
Right back there.
Here?
Yes, and you're welcome to walk back there and look around. Yep. Now we put a lot of things away, but it's all right back there. So we manufacture our space here. You guys online can't see this, but there's retail up front. We've got a classroom in the middle, which you saw online a bit ago. And the back room is the manufacturing and shipping room. Yeah. Yes. And these guys walking around, normally, every day they have on little red hair caps and white gowns and gloves. They're adorable. So, Yeah, they've got, we have all kinds of things in place. We have strict security for all of it, right? Because it's slowing over. So we've got security, we've got, the storage, even just the inventory management of it is a thing. So, yeah, it's been very exciting.
Wow,
Yeah.
that's a good undertaking.
It was a huge undertaking.
Yes. Questions?
Yes, that was a good question. Yes. Gotcha, Gene. Okay, how will our pricing compare to other brands? We will, based on, trying to think of the best way to answer this. The first thing that you've got is silver, right? So we're always gonna follow the silver market. But within there, I believe that for the most part, we're not going to be the most expensive play out there. We're also not gonna be the cheapest play out there. Some of the ones that don't have the higher characteristics, like the torch firing, the finer grains, things like that. Longer firing times, all of that. Some of those come in pretty cheap, and you can even, technically you can even bake silver play at home. It's just not gonna have those characteristics like the working time. It's just gonna dry to it. So if you compare it with that, we're gonna be more expensive than that, but we're not gonna be the most expensive. Can Project X clays be fired in an ultralight kiln? Yes, absolutely. All of them, the only one that I don't know for sure how this would work would be the Sterling, the 925. The Sterling 925 needs carbon. And if I remember right, you can't use carbon when you're using the little ultralight, little beehive. I don't think so. So I think that's the only one that you couldn't. But the other ones all good. Even your 960 should work. Okay. Awesome. That's all we got. That was easy. That was too easy. Okay. What time are we at? 2:35. What time is it? 2:45. We got classroom raffle. 3:15. We got Lana. I'm gonna see. I'm gonna try to figure out a way to turn that fan off so I'm not yelling at everybody. So I'm thinking about taking another little quick breather, and I'll come back again, and maybe I can try to answer some more questions, and everybody gets out of the thing with Ani. Is that good? Okay, so I'm taking a break. If you're bored, go over to the breakout room and see Ani. It's amazing, absolutely amazing. They keep telling me I need to see it. Obviously, I can't see it. So I'll be back in 10 minutes or so. Okay. Yeah. And now I can't figure out why I can't see it on here. There it goes. Got it. Okay, I'm on camera. It's funny because teaching in a full class like this, everybody's like, I'm actually here and you want to talk to me, but I'm actually right here. But I figured I would wrangle everybody for a few minutes. Ani from the Jewel Tool just finished her thing, and I heard it was spectacular. Everybody on chat, was that spectacular? You guys all thrilled with that? Nobody is, but that's okay. Okay, can I get everybody's attention out there?
Attention, please.
Okay. So everybody. Okay, I'm getting tired. Oh, yes. That, I have to tell you about that because I know your connection. So I have a friend in that movie. Yes, I'm sure he's not watching, but he was the cinematographer for that movie.
Oh.
And the very last scene, we're talking about Blues Brothers movie, okay? Very last scene where they show different people singing different parts of Jailhouse Rock. There's one that's the whole cast of the movie.
Okay.
He's right there singing Jailhouse Rock.
Yeah, I guess.
Okay.
And the reason I'm going, do you know that two prisoners escaped?
During that movie, really?
Because I don't know, they went out to try further trips or something.
Yeah.
But they were gone, two guys were gone for 3 days. And, they put a warning out for us, and I lived 6 miles away from them.
Wow.
But now one of my clients, was, saying, hey, 2 houses from her neighbor's dog started acting after 3 days, and they were in the garage for 3 days.
I don't know if you guys heard that. I'm going to make it short, but Cindy Singh is here, and we're talking about the Blues Brothers movie, and 2 prisoners escaped.
Yep, for 3 days.
And they were in the garage of one of her neighbor's house. That is awesome. I love those stories. I love weird movie stories. Awesome. So much fun. Okay, so,
Audio.
there? Is it coming through there? I don't know where it's coming from. I don't think it's coming from here. Okay. Somebody over there on?
Hold on. Keep talking.
Hello. That's got no sound on it. Okay. Anyway, we'll get past it. It sounds like it's right there to me. So I'm going to do a couple more little things. Our kiln just went off, which is the good news. So I'll go over there and grab those in a second. We'll talk about polishing. I'm going to do some classroom things here real quick. Okay. In your goodie bags, I want you to take note of something. Bake Me Happy. Thank you, Bake Me Happy in Madison, North Carolina. Everybody, and now if you haven't done this yet, you have to do this before you leave town. This is a cupcake drive-through. There is nothing better in the world than a cupcake drive-through.
Margarita drive-through.
Okay. Margarita drive-through. Fine, that's better. But maybe they have a margarita cupcake.
Oh, there you go. Okay.
She does? Oh my God. Okay, so thank you very much, Bake Me Happy. So these are in your little goodie bags, okay? Then the other one that I want to mention is Southern Spirits down there, right? So everybody, if you're staying in town for dinner, that's where you go. So right around the corner over here is Southern Spirits. They gave you a coupon for
$5.
$5 off a $25 dinner, okay? Great place, and they're expecting us to just, descend upon them, okay? So we'll go get mead, because you're paying for mead? No, wait. Who's paying for mead? And then go to Southern Spirits for dinner and use our coupons, and then we'll get cupcakes on the way home.
Here, drink the wine.
Drink the wine, yes. So anyway, I wanted to thank you guys for that. Thank you very much to our sponsors. I am going to leave this on, but I'm going to stand up and go over there to the kiln real quick, and I'll be right back. Okay?
It's a little hot.
Sorry. And no.
Boy, that.
Yeah.
Oh, your sink is amazing.
I know. Oh. If I
did come from one time here, I don't consider this, I'm gonna question, so I can talk about it here.
okay.
Lucky contestant, number one.
Got I kept.
Okay. So, yes. Yes, I will. Okay. Yes, a couple more little online administration things. Susan Tobelman is not going to be doing the session this afternoon if we're looking at that on the schedule because she had a death in the family. So her students transferred over into Stephanie's class, right? Yes, and we had one show up here, which was great. So she's not online with us today. And then the other thing I need to announce is I believe I should announce or at least disclose that we've hired Michael Galvin. Hopefully he's paying attention. No, we have not really hired Michael Galvin, but I love him. You know I would. Okay, so I cannot figure out where that sound is coming from. Okay, it's one of these right here. It's one of them is repeating back to me. I just don't know which one. Ah! Oh, I'm gonna have to look it up later because I can't see that stuff. So, is come down. I'm gonna show you the finished piece. Talk about polishing a little bit. Okay. That now it stopped.
It's this one.
It's this one.
Yeah.
The sound is all the way down. You're right, it is.
It's
I don't know. So somebody can come over and look at it if they want to fix it. You can come behind me or, yeah, there you go. But I need this camera on, okay? Okay, see, we're getting there. We got all this tech stuff happening. I'm up on screen, right? Yes. And can you do one more thing for me, Lucas? Can you take the chat down from the side over there? Okay. So this, I was gonna say, whose is this? It's got this cool little like pinch veil looking thing up here. And a swirly on the bottom. That's you. Got it. Okay. So, okay, so we're down. There we go. Got it. So, she, of course, you know, she's got all her cool little tricky tricks. If you have not seen her beads, you need to look at her beads. Okay. This is Margaret, by the way. I keep saying her, and I'm pointing with a stick, right? Her. You gotta look at her beads. What do you call them? Centering beads, right? Centering pendants. Yeah. Amazing. And she made one during class. It's in the kiln. So we'll get to see the first Project X centering pendant. Yes. It stopped? Okay.
It's a party.
It's good. We all got it. Okay. Going to be very delicate because this is not my piece. So I'm going to be very delicate with everything, okay? But this is going to polish, for the most part, exactly like the other metal clays you've used, right? The other silvers. It's softer than a copper or a bronze, but, you know, not as hard as a sterling, right? So it's gonna polish like a fine silver, just like any of the other clays you've used. You're going to see a higher polish on it. It's softer on the outside. The metal will move as you polish it, okay? So you will actually be able, on this piece, you won't see it as much because we got so much dimension, but like on a flat piece, you can almost create a mirror, which you can't do on metal clay. You can create a shine on metal clay, right? But with this, you will almost be able to create a mirror. It's amazing. So, you're gonna do the same basic thing you do with everything else. You're gonna use a soft brush, get down in the recesses, right? I'm not gonna do a lot because this is her piece. I'm gonna let her polish it however she likes to polish it, okay? But go down in the edges, all that good stuff. Give it a brush. Then use whatever methods you like. I tend to like the tumbler, right? So I brush as much as I want. If I'm gonna patina, I don't brush that much because the kiln, what do you call it? The kiln skin, the tooth, right? Will hold the patina better. So I don't brush that much if I'm gonna patina. If I'm not gonna patina, I brush a ton. So I get down in the recesses and then I'll put it in the tumbler, okay? Pin finishers work great. Hand me a piece. I know you got one laying around somewhere. Pin finishers work great. It's gonna give
So this is pin finished, then liver sulfur, and then the mini fiber wheels and extra fine. That's how I get the satin
got it, right.
slash pewter finish.
Yes.
Flip it though, because you're showing the back. That's
Yes,
got
I
it.
was
Yeah.
showing the, yeah.
But so I was always told patina takes well to the silver and the white,
Yes,
but then it's harder to get a good finish on the high points if you don't brush the hell out of it before.
yes,
So
exactly.
I take everything to mirror shine before I
Before you do,
patina.
yeah. And it does depend on your designs a bit. Like these, the knots, because I wanted the dimension in the knots to show, right? That was the whole reason it's a thing, is it's so dimensional. That I really wanted to show. So I didn't brush down in there much and I let that black sit in there and I use a sponge, like a sanding sponge to sand the patina back off. And then I go in and I really polish it, So yeah, there's 20 ways to polish. We all know that. You can use little machines. You can use big machines. You can use magnetic pin finishers. You can use regular pin finishers. You can use tumblers. You can use media in the tumblers versus just a steel stock. There's 100,000 ways to do it, right? It's going to perform well with any of those ways. Okay. So the main thing I want to convey is that I want you to notice it when you do it. I want you to feel, because if you're like me and you work with your material enough, your material has a feel and you learn the feel of that material and you understand how it reacts and what it does as you work with it. The more you work with a particular material, the more you know it. Feel this material. See if you can see what I'm talking about, because there's no way for me to describe it. I'm like, it's smoother. It's just smoother. It's smoother metal. So that's what I want you to notice. Okay. I have Gazebo over there. Lindsay's going to show you how to use it. Gazebo is very expensive. That's all I say. So there's a way to use it so that you don't use a ton of it. Okay. So I've got Gazebo over there if you want to use the Gazebo to do this, which is a great patina, dark patina on there. That's what this is. Okay. And there are, we can probably put the skillet away. There are the mini bench wheels up there. There's the little Dremel size ones, right? Those are both micromotors, okay? And we've got the tumbler over there, so we can, take turns throwing things in and out of the tumbler, all that good stuff. So I will get up and quench, or anybody that has any experience, you can get up and quench the stuff and take it out of there. The sink, work at the sink. It's great. I'm gonna take that baby with me when we. I want it in my house. You guys online, you'll laugh, but it's a
So I have a
big,
question.
deep sink. Yes.
Why are you quenching it and take it out?
Oh, because they're hot.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. The question was, why do we quench them when we take them out? And you could let them cool down in there. No problem at all. Yeah. Or you could take them out and let them cool down. Or just because there's no stones in them, we're just
No
gonna
glass.
quench them and be done. Okay. If it's got a stone in it, no quenching. If you got a stone, a quench is a thermal shock. It goes from really hot to really cold, and glass and stones will shatter. Okay, so no quenching if it's got stones. But other than that, I quench almost everything when I take it out just to make it faster, so I'm not waiting. Okay, brushes over there. There's even some dish soap if you want to use your soap on your brush. You guys can go for it. You got the rest of the day. If you do want to do the chains, you don't have to. Obviously, we've got that kind of chain if you want to do it. Lindsay's got it. She can help you go through all of that. And we have pliers and stuff like that if you want to do any of that stuff. You're welcome to. Okay? You got the rest of the day to play. So, with that, let's see. We are at 3 o'clock. And that's perfect. We get join Lana at 3:15. Yeah. So that is gonna work perfect. So everybody online, I'm just gonna catch you up a little bit here for a second. My whole classroom back there is gonna start polishing and burnishing and all that stuff. I'm gonna go live with Lana Stamper in Mississippi and join her classroom. We'll do another raffle with Lana, and then I think I've got one more raffle after that. We're technically supposed to be able to cut out by 4:30, but after we close down with Lana and I do my last online raffle for the day, that's when we'll close out. So sometime around 4 o'clock is probably our closeout time today. Sound good? Yep. Okay. I am just gonna kind of clean up my clay a little bit here. If anybody online wants to ask me any questions, definitely ask me some questions, okay? And I'll just kind of work while the questions come in. Yes? Yes, go for it. Okay. Oh my gosh. This stuff.
Now everybody remembers.
Now we're all good. Okay. So, hello in Mississippi.
Hello.
How are you guys?
We're good. How are you guys?
We're good. It's crazy here. There's so many people wandering around now because they're all polishing and firing and all that stuff. It's total chaos. How far along in your projects are you guys?
Well, we just put on the bell snake. So all we have left is a little snake for the tassel to hang on. And we did something a little different this morning because I have two people that have never done metal clay. So we made earrings first. Can you see?
Yes, very good idea.
So we made earrings first and they all torch fired. So they got a chance to do that. And now we are almost finished with our piece to be fired.
Oh my gosh, that's awesome. So how do you guys like the pieces? Are they turning out good?
Yes,
That's awesome. You guys seem tired. Yeah, I was gonna say you guys seem happy but tired.
Yes, we've been here since 8 o'clock and we've been working hard. We did take a lunch break.
Oh my gosh, that's awesome though. Well, I'm
But,
so glad. Okay, so you total newbies. Tell me, do you like metal clay after seeing this?
Yeah, yes, it is. I have a whole new respect. But it's a lot of fun.
Awesome. And so that's the thing that always intrigues me is, do people want to continue to make more things, or are they like, okay, yeah, I just made a project, I'm done, you know? Do you think you'll keep making more stuff?
Yeah, I mean, I think that the possibilities are endless, right? So you know, as much creativity as you have, you can just keep going.
Exactly. That's what I like about it, was the sculptability. I mean, you can make anything. You can really make anything as long as you know technically how to do it. It's amazing. So, okay. Trying to think. So Lana, why don't you tell us a little bit about your home studio there? Since most of our watchers, we have a ton of people online too. So tell them a little bit about yourself and what you normally teach.
Okay, I started teaching PMC about 2017, and I was an instructor for Camp PMC, and so I've taught all those classes. And so I teach how to do metal clay, how to set stones, how to do enamel with metal clay. This is my home studio. My husband's a bench jeweler, so we actually do repairs for a local store in town, which I have one of the owners here, Marley. Can you wave, Marley? So, and I have been learning more about metalsmithing, and so I'm starting to combine more with the metalsmith and the metal clay. And in the future, I want to teach more of that, and along with the regular metal clay classes. This is my first class in my home studio. I usually go to other studios or other people's homes and teach classes. So this is the first time I've had it here.
That's awesome. It is kind of fun to do it at home because you know where everything is. You know, you can have more tools.
Yeah. Yeah, my husband calls me a tool junkie as it is.
Yeah, exactly. I'm the same way. I finally had to have a store.
Yeah, he's afraid I'm going to go that direction also. So he's kind of happy that I'm with Marley and her mother at Rise and Shine in Natchez, where we do repairs and I do jewelry for their store. And I don't have a store myself.
Oh, that's awesome. Okay. So did Lana tell you guys? Oh, go ahead, Lana.
I was just going to say, this is Becky. She's not new to clay. She's been on this journey with me from the beginning. But she was new to Project X, of course. So I thought it was a good idea for everybody to make a pair of earrings first and experience the clay before we jumped into the love knot.
Absolutely. Yeah. It's funny. It's not the hardest project, but it's also not a real easy one. You know?
Right.
It's like, it takes a little bit of finesse. That's awesome. Oh, well, did Lana tell you that we have a raffle for you today? Some freebies?
Yes,
She did? You got your little kit ready to raffle, Lana?
This little kit.
Yes, that little kit. Did she show you all what was in it?
I have not. I was waiting.
Oh, yeah, show them.
I didn't show them, but I told them what was in it. Roller, some of these fantastic clay slats, scalpel, brushes. It's got a lot. It's listed on the box. A snake roller, clay scraper, scalpel, final. So all the tools that you're using today in that kit, it's in here.
So we are excited to be able to give everybody everything for this launch. Thank you. The goodie bags were, a lot of that stuff is from our sponsors. And then the clay, obviously, and all these kits. Each studio got a kit to raffle away to. So we were very excited and thanking all of our sponsors for helping us put all that together for sure. And I have to give Lana a big thank you for, I know that this was a technical challenge to work out. So I really appreciate you having this in your house because it's challenging from this end. So I know it's challenging from the other end too.
Yes,
Trying to figure all this
it's a
out.
rural part of Natchez, so my internet is in and out.
I know. Well, and for us, what keeps happening is every time we get people here logging in to like look at the guest speakers or something, our internet starts getting eaten up and we start getting blurry and jumping around. I'm like, oh man.
Yep.
But This is as good as we can do, right? This is what we try to do. So I am gonna raffle that away. So you've got 3 students today. So I'm gonna pick a number between 1 and 10, and the person that's closest to that number without going over wins. Okay? So just go around the room and tell me what your number is.
3. Alicia.
9.
6.
6 it is. It was the number 7.
Yay!
Yay.
Thank you so much.
So enjoy. I hope you get to good use out of it for sure. Okay, do you guys have any questions for us? I'm trying to think. We spent the whole day answering questions, so I don't even know what kind of questions you guys might have.
You have any questions?
I don't have a question.
It's awesome that the clay was provided. That was really
Yes,
awesome.
thank you.
You're very welcome. We really, I don't know if any of you, probably not, because you wouldn't have been on a customer list early, but we sent free clay out to a couple hundred people because it was a thing that I wanted to make sure everybody didn't need to buy the clay in order to start playing with it to try it. Because I know, as an artist myself, I was always like, well, do I want to go see what that clay is all about? I don't know, and every once in a while I go buy a new one and try it. But I really wanted everybody to at least be able to touch it and feel it and see what it was like. And so I'm just thrilled that this all came together and it worked. And we have 1,000 people that got to touch the clay. So it's wonderful.
It's awesome.
Well, I don't know what else to talk about. It's getting late. You guys don't have questions. I'm like, what do I get to talk about?
We've had a good time today.
That's good. I'm glad. So
Okay.
that's wonderful. So have a wine on us. How about that? I can tell you we're going to have some here for sure.
We have a bottle waiting.
Well, I'll let you go. I know it's early, but I think we kind of talked ourselves out. I think everybody's kind of like, okay, just let me finish this project.
Yeah.
So thank you so much for joining us. Definitely let us know if you've got questions as you work through things. And have fun with Lana today. And Lana, thank you so much for helping us with this.
You're welcome.
Okay, I will talk to you very, very soon. Bye.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Okay, I'm going to take my headphones back off. I think we are getting to the end of things, man. So, oh, they got the fan on. Yay. So let's see. We did that. I've got one more raffle, and honestly, that's all I got for today. So why don't how about this? We'll close out with a waffle. We'll close out with a waffle. We'll close out with a raffle. So let's answer some of the questions, I think, and then I'll find something to give away. Okay, yeah, let's see what's in the chat and try to answer a few more questions for you guys online, okay? Think of some things to ask me. I am here. I am a technical weirdo metal clay geek, so you can ask me all kinds of stuff. I should know the answer if I don't. Yes. Yes. How long did it take to fire? Good question. Okay, so the firing, I'll review it again real quick, this particular piece. we used 999 standard, okay? So I fired it because it was a pendant that's got some weight to it. I did fire it at a full firing schedule. What we did was we put it on top of vermiculite to support some of those rings, okay? And we fired it, I put it in a hot kiln just to save some time for the classroom. But I fired it at 1650 for 30 minutes. That is a full center for this clay, okay? The whole 2-hour thing, you don't need to do the whole 2-hour thing. You don't need to. Not for the 999, okay? You can, it's not gonna hurt it, but you really don't need to do it. 30 minutes is gonna give you a full, deep center on this thing, okay? You'll be able to solder on it, you'll be able to enamel on it, all of that stuff. I'm enameling on a 30-minute 1650 center level, so should be pretty simple for you.
Similar question.
Similar question,
While
yes.
they were in the breakout room,
Okay.
would it be a
Oh, for like all the tools and everything. We have something like that. It'll take us a little time to put it together. Okay, so the question was, is there a product list, and material list for everything that it took to make this project today? I do have that list, but I don't have it online. So I think what I could do is get that up online, and I'll try to put some links out on Facebook. How about that? And then when we're gonna load the recordings of this onto our YouTube channel. So when we do that, I think what I could do is put that link in that same spot so you can find the materials and the products right there. I want to say goodbye to Sanford before she walks out the door. Okay. Yes, put me on mute for a second. Okay, so the question is a long question I heard. How many cycles do you feel good carbon can last? That one? Okay, carbon. So the thing about carbon, you go through carbon a couple ways, okay? One is if it's got a lot of oxygen, it burns. So you'll see more of the ash, the gray ash on top of it. It is degrading as it's doing that because you're literally burning it up, okay? So if you use a lid, a tight fitting lid, you won't go through as much carbon, okay? So that's kind of one thing. Then another thing you've got is if you fire at higher temperatures, the higher the temperature, the more you're going to go through, okay? So if you're firing, for instance, white bronze, our white bronze fires at 1300 as the center level, right? You're not going to use nearly as much of the carbon then as you would if you fire at 1700 for copper. So if you do a ton of copper, you're going to go through more carbon, okay? The sterling clay, the 925 sterling clay fires at 1500. So that's kind of right in between, you know? So that gives you at least a rough idea. You can reuse it and reuse it and reuse it, and as material, just top it off. That's a very common thing to do. If you when you top it off, you need to prime it, okay? I was gonna give you kind of like a little guideline. You wouldn't necessarily have to prime it if you only put a tiny bit in there, but I'm not gonna say that because it's too variable. Okay, so when you put new fresh carbon on top, mixed in, reprime it. And for those of you that don't know what priming is, 1,000 degrees for 30 minutes is priming. It's basically burning off anything that might be on the carbon. Okay? Okay. 2 bars, right under there? Okay, could we contact the instructors to find out what tool they use? No.
He had a few more questions.
Oh, sorry. Oh, there's more in that question. Okay. Does it need to be changed out or just tested? Okay, and how do you tell when it's shot if it goes bad because it's ineffective? Okay, so a little bit more on the carbon. So, you don't really need to change it out. It's hard to give an exact moment. If you're having trouble firing, it's one of the first things I look at, okay? So if you're having trouble firing, you can dust it. So take it outside where you've got a little bit of like grease, pour it from one pan to the next pan, and the dust will kind of blow off as you pour it, okay? So that's the best way to set it in. But then again, after you do that, if you add more carbon to it, definitely prime it again, okay? And then how can you tell if it's ineffective? You start having trouble firing. That's a really simple, immediate thing that I see people do. Everything's fine. They're firing copper, they run batch after batch after batch, they have no problems, and then all of a sudden, their copper doesn't work. It's not very likely with clay. Sometimes, again, the rare occasion it is. 99% of the time, something within your firing setup has changed. Number 1, the carbon's dirty. Number 2, your thermocouple is dirty. Those are the 2 things, okay? So, what happens though is when you change that thing, so let's say you look back there and you notice your thermocouple's dirty, and you brush it off. Now you need to do a test, okay? Because what can happen is you can shift temperature dramatically when that happens, okay? So always run tests when you're doing that. Don't run full batches, okay? That's it on the questions? Okay. Okey-doke. Bonnie answered 1. Okay, we're cool with that. I'm going to talk about one more thing. Oh, no, I can talk about this in between the raffle, when we're doing the raffle. I got to find a raffle. Grand tote bag. Yay! Grand tote bag. La, la, la. Okay, so Rio Grande tote bag. How many people do we have online? Okay, 35 in our. Okay, everybody else knows the fragrance. That's because Robert's really flipping interesting. He is. He's fascinating. He's the guy that made that hat right there. That's Robert. Okay, so we got 35. So I'll keep it short. We'll be safe just in case. We'll go to 60. Pick a number between 1 and 60. Everybody here gets real damn quiet when I say that. Did you hear that, room? I said pick a number, the whole room went. Very funny. Okay, so pick a number between 1 and 60. The first person to get closest to the number without going over wins the Rio Grande tote bag. Okay? Write your number in the chat. It's down on the right. Pick that up, write it in there. You got 5 minutes. Okay? So while we're doing that, I wrote my number down right here, but you can't see it. So while we're doing that, I'm going to talk about the symposium for a second. Sarah Stein just left. If you know Sarah Stein, she is the most amazing person. She's just like so cool all the time, so chill. I love her to death. She is the director of the Metals and Glass Studios at Sawtooth School. So she is the woman that makes the Metal Clay Artist Symposium happen. She is the woman. So her being here reminded me we probably need to talk about that. The Metal Clay Artist Symposium is every other year, happens in Winston-Salem, North Carolina at the Sawtooth School for Visual Art. It is the end of August. It's August 24th, I think is the first day. It's a Thursday afternoon, all day Friday, Saturday workshops, and then a Sunday morning free workshop. It is an absolutely incredible event. There's a gallery full of metal clay that's all done by just normal metal clay artists. They don't have to be masters. I love that because we get to see all kinds of different techniques in it. There's a product playground where the vendors bring in stuff and just let you touch the material and play with them and use the textures and all the cutters and all that fun stuff. We've got a forum where we talk about what's happening in the industry. We've got the technique discovery workshops on Sunday morning are free. They come with your registration. All right, I'm missing something. Friday night is the gallery exhibit, which is a public exhibit. Saturday night is Meet the Teachers, so you get to actually talk with all the different teachers. It's an amazing event. So if you can make it, we would love for you to attend that. That is August 24th. It's the first day, and it's in Winston-Salem, North Carolina at the Sawtooth School for Visual Art. The website is MCAS, like MCAS, okay? Like Metal Clay Artist Symposium, right? MCAS Sawtooth, SAWTOOTH.com. MCAS Sawtooth.com. Okay. Did I say that enough times? Are we getting close over there? What do we got? 4 minutes. Okay. We got another minute or so for people to put their numbers down. Number between 1 and 60. Okay. Oh, yes. I'm sorry. I forgot to do that. There you go. Okay. And then after we finish that, I think we're going to close out for the day. I think we are pretty much done here. Everybody's running around like a fool. We're going to be back tomorrow. Okay. And I think Robert's still talking in the breakout room, so you're welcome to watch that as soon as I tell you who the winner of this raffle is. You can watch Robert till the end. But then I think when that finishes, we're going to close out. Ask us anything. Write us on the Facebook post. We'll get to those and start answering those in the next couple days. We're doing this whole thing again tomorrow with different teachers and different guest speakers. That's what I could do. Guest speakers tomorrow. Let's see. Where are my guest speakers for tomorrow? Tomorrow. Okay. Tomorrow's instructors: Julie Sanford, Gwen Youngblood, Cathy Flesher, and Francesca Watson. That is a lineup. Then our guest speakers are Sharon Landon, Brandy Boyd, Holly Gage, Michael Galvin, and Joanna Phillips. And Michael Marks is going to be the host tomorrow for all of that. So definitely tune in. We're going to make the project again. You can ask me more questions because you're going to go back and you're going to think about them tonight. Think, oh, I wonder. Write them down. Ask me tomorrow. And we're going to give away a whole bunch of stuff again tomorrow. So please join us. How are we? We got one? Okay. Okay. We got a first name only. What was the number she chose? Okay, so the winner is Karen. You chose 17. You don't have a last name on your login. Okay, yeah, Karen. All we know is Karen. Karen, tell us who you are. Who is it? Oh, Hanrahan? Oh, Hannigan. Okay. Awesome. Congratulations, Karen. And you're connected with Bonnie now, so she's going to get your address and everything so we can send that to you, okay? Yay! Okay. I think Robert's still live, right? So guys, we're gonna turn this camera into the classroom just so you can see all the action happening here. I'm gonna sign off. If you're online, jump over to the breakout room, talk to Robert Lopez for a while. Ask that man some questions, because that will be much more interesting to me. I can tell you that right now. Okay. Thank you all for joining me today. Bye.